Okay, I'll now call this meeting to order, and good evening, everyone. In order to call attendance, I will now conduct a roll call by calling each councillor's name. Councillors, when I call your name, please say here. Councillor Bagu.
Here.
Councillor Beauregard.
Here.
Councillor Bodner.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Bruno.
Here.
Councillor Danch.
Here.
Councillor Desmarais.
Here.
Councillor Clayliff.
Here.
Councillor Wells.
Here.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome to our virtual council meeting. I'm here in council chambers with our CAO Scott Louie, Clerk Amber Lapointe, Deputy Clerk Charlotte Madden, staff from our Community and Economic Development Department and Bylaw Department, and a member of WeeStream who are live streaming this meeting for us. I'd like to welcome our 8 city councillors and various city directors who are each attending from home. Niagara Region has now entered stage 3 of the COVID-19 recovery process. In addition to further businesses now being allowed to operate, the city was able to reopen all of our playgrounds. We continue to emphasize social distancing, hand washing, and face coverings where social distancing can't be maintained or were required by the region's face mask bylaw. We ask for your patience while we all work together for a safe and gradual return to services. On July 23, 2020, as part of their efforts to slow the spread of COVID-19, Niagara Regional Council approved a bylaw making it mandatory to wear a face covering or non-medical mask in enclosed public spaces. The bylaw comes into effect at 12:01 a.m. on July the 31st, 2020, and will remain in effect until October 1st, 2020, unless extended by the Regional Council. The bylaw applies to the following enclosed indoor spaces: retail stores where goods and services are sold to customers, businesses that primarily sell food, including restaurants, supermarkets, grocery stores, bakeries, and convenience stores, churches, mosques, temples, synagogues, and other places of worship, except during a religious rite or ceremony that is incompatible with the face being covered, shopping malls or similar structures which contain multiple places of business, lobby areas of commercial buildings, common areas of hotels and motels and other short-term accommodations, such as lobbies, elevators, meeting rooms, or other common use facilities, but does not include the common areas of residential apartment buildings or condominiums, laundromats, concert venues, theaters, and cinemas, fitness centers, gyms, other recreational and sports facilities and clubhouses, arcades and other amusement facilities, premises utilized as an open house, presentation centers, or other facility for real estate purposes, museums, galleries, historic sites, and similar attractions, businesses providing personal care services, banquet halls, convention centers, arenas, stadiums, and other event spaces, public transit operated by Niagara Region and local area municipalities, and municipal buildings. When it comes to children, every child that is 5 years old or older will be required to wear a mask. Under the bylaw, all businesses operating in Niagara must have a policy regarding the wearing of mask coverings that prevent persons from entering without a mask. Additionally, businesses must ensure that staff receive training in the requirements of the policy and provide hand sanitizer at all public entrances. There are some exemptions, as some individuals may not be able to wear a mask. Niagara Region is asking residents to be supportive to others in our community who may be exempt and remind residents that every person's situation is different. For those who are unable to wear a mask, the bylaw does not require those individuals to disclose the reason for this exemption. The bylaw also makes exemptions for indoor locations that would already have their own policies or would be subject to other provincial legislation or guidelines. These are daycare centers, schools, post-secondary institutions, and other facilities used solely for educational purposes, hospitals, independent health facilities, and offices of regulated health professionals, buildings and services owned or operated by the province of Ontario or the federal government of Canada, an indoor area of a building that is accessible only to employees, portions of buildings that are being used for the purposes of providing day camps for children or for the training of amateur or professional athletes. If residents or businesses have any questions or concerns regarding this bylaw, more information is available by visiting niagararegion.ca/COVID COVID-19. In closing, we must remain vigilant in fighting this virus. Our number one priority is the health and safety of our citizens as we continue the safe and gradual reopening of services and business activities. We ask you to please stay safe. Council, any questions with regards to the mayor's report? Seeing none, we'll move on to our regional council report. Now is Councillor Butters.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Steele. Glad to see everybody tonight,
Welcome.
virtually as it is. So I had a conversation with Councillor Bagu today, and he asked specifically for some update on the Niagara Region financial position or situation. So I sort of taken the shotgun effect here. I'm not sure specifically what he wanted or just kind of all in general. So I put together a number of items that may be of interest to him and maybe to the rest of you as well. So I want to just start off with talking about an update on the Niagara Region cash flow position. Overall, the amount due from the local area municipalities for general and special purposes of tax levies and water and wastewater payment in Q2 is approximately 130 million. Of this, 1.6 million is in arrears. Amounts are due for the third and the fourth quarters are approximately 148 million and 146 million, respectively. Cash flow results from July have improved over June, mainly the June forecast, mainly because all the tax remittances from the local area municipalities have been paid in full. COVID-19 continues to cause a strain on the number of financial resources. There's been increased spending for pandemic relief services, mainly in the area of public health and community services, as well as deferred and reduced revenue collection. And of course, part of that is, when the municipalities give people more time to pay their bills, they get that relief, thank goodness, but the money is slower coming into the region. So the tax levy remittance is paid in full, so there's zero in arrears. Water and wastewater remittances was 9.4 million versus the 10 million it should have been. So that represents 6% or a 0.6 million in arrears. COVID-19 implications have had an adverse effect on the region's cash flow forecast. Some of the measures taken by the region to mitigate it include foregoing planned investments that would have enhanced investment income and delaying spending on approved capital projects. The largest impact to the region's cash flow is really the implementation of the concessions, which represents the relief for taxpayers, including partial payment for general tax and special purpose levy, as well as an amendment to the water wastewater collection. So the second interim tax bill of 100.3 million has been remitted in full with no interest charges to local area municipalities. The third installment has an initial date due of August 5th, with concessions allowing waiving of interest charges to local area municipalities till September 4th for partial or late payments. Some municipalities have extended due dates which potentially can impact their ability to remit to the region. Water and wastewater billings, 9 municipalities were fully paid up in the May billing. 2 have made partial payments billing for June. The water and wastewater billing cycle occurs July 15th and is due at the end of that month. So in terms of capital project activity, the province lifted restrictions on works. So as a result, capital projects continue to go forward to the extent that the industry involved can manage that. This does not have an impact on the operations budget, as the capital projects were approved in the prior year budgets and use monies out of capital reserves, debt issuance, or external contributions. So currently there's 583 approved projects with the budget remaining as of the end of June of 851 million. Capital spending continues to be less than forecasted, resulting in a positive cash flow to date. Staff continue to monitor this very closely so that adjustments can be made as needed. So let's see. Anything non-urgent has been delayed to 2021 and beyond. The COVID-19 incremental costs are negatively affecting Niagara Regional cash flow because the need to buy things, supplies and services because of the pandemic. And these were things that we didn't know we needed to buy until all of this hit. So these budget adjustments are being required ongoing. The Niagara Region current estimate of 2020 total gross cost of pandemic is $49 million. Total regional gross cost, including the local area municipalities, is estimated at $78 million. Region current estimate of 2020 net deficit as a result of COVID-19 is $5 million. Total regional net deficit, which includes the local area municipalities, is estimated at $12.9 million. The region has received confirmation 2020 funding announcement of $10.5 million in very specific programs areas. Additional funding announcements are expected but not confirmed, and those funds come from the federal or provincial governments. The 2021 budget pressures exist as a result of this pandemic. 2021 projected net budget pressures identified to date is 10.7 million or 2.74% for the levy programs, and 0.1 million or 0.04% on the water and wastewater program. So you have to just keep in mind, these are just estimates. These are not written in stone. These numbers will continue to be refined as new information is received, and hopefully additional funding that comes our way to help mitigate some of the pandemic costs will help as well. So the region is searching out every opportunity for cost savings to mitigate what looks like it will be a deficit this year, as well as obviously engaging the provincial and federal governments for their assistance. Like I say, remember, these are estimates only, not written in stone. And and I just want to let you know too, the taxpayer relief reserve, December 31st, 2019, sat at $23.8 million. So that, I'm not sure if that covers what Councillor Bagu was looking for, if it was too much or too little, but if there's something else you need, Mark, just let me know. The other thing I just want to talk briefly about is I have been receiving letters as well as you regarding an issue that's coming up on your agenda tonight regarding the quarry and pit 4 or potential pit 4 and what would be a new committee to look at that. So what I am doing at this point is I phoned the regional planner and I spoke with Sean Norman, who is the person in charge of this file at the region. And I asked him a series of questions, which he was very, very good to, I think, answer them in a pretty candid way. So I asked him if there was a difference between expansion and new licensing. And he tells me there is no difference. The studies that are needed are exactly the same, and that there will be a new license. A new application will be required at some point. But the tests and the studies all that need to be met are the same. We talked about the significant woodlot, and he advised me that in the preliminary drawings, the woodlot and the wetland are delineated to stay out of the quarry mining operations at this point. So then we talked about the plan for rehabilitation of pits 1, 2, and 3. And I asked him if from a regional perspective, if this will be looked at in a holistic manner, or will it just be looked at as pit 4, or what that's going to look like at all. And he assured me that the discussions that are ongoing include the knowledge that there are provincial requirements to rehabilitate the quarry. And his words were a comprehensive rehabilitation in a holistic manner. So my hope is that through your process that you will talk about tonight, you will be able to um, see your way clear to address these very important concerns, because that's what really gets people riled up, is when they see 3 pits in the ground and the fourth one coming and no rehabilitation in sight. That's one thing. As well as each letter I received spoke to protecting the aquifer, and that's the other big important thing that I also talked to Sean Norman about, and that has also been flagged as a very important issue. So I hope that this information adds to your discussion and is helpful, and I wish you well in it, because what we need right now is clarity and transparency and the ability to move things forward in a way that's fair and makes sense. And with that, I'm done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Barb. Appreciate that. Any questions to the regional councillor? Councillor Bruno.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Councillor Butters. Appreciate the update that you've actually cleared up a couple of questions I or maybe others had for tonight, particularly on the due diligence and testing that has to be done for an extension and or if it was a new pit. I'm just wondering if in your discussion he spoke to the issues that are on a lot of people's minds that we received emails about, in that the JART system, as proposed later on the agenda item, would allow for all of the questions being asked of us in the last 24 and 48 hours, which I haven't been able to get back to every single one of the folks that sent things in, that they could be documented in the JART process, so that it's kind of like a repository to put all the questions and concerns in there. And so I don't know if you can speak to that or if he clarified that to you, Barb.
Councillor Butters.
Thank you, Councillor Bruno. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the number of topics that we covered were all topics from the letters that I received, whether it was about the woodlot or the wetland, the rehabilitation, the aquifer, and even to the language that we refer to this as. So I think that a red flag went up real fast when people saw the word expansion, as opposed to just calling it what it is, pit 4. So I think it's really important that the language that we use really identifies what we're all talking about here, because expansion can mean a whole lot of different things to different people, where if you just say very clearly, there will be a new license for pit 4, then it reduces anxiety, I think, amongst a lot of people, right? So I think that when the fact that we talked about all these different things leads me to think that hopefully there certainly should be room in that JART process to have a thorough, clear discussion on all those items. And I realize that JART doesn't allow for making a recommendation, but you hit the ground running with a number of difficulties here, right? And you need to clear them up, and they include people's concerns, right?
Yep.
Is that helpful?
Yes, I kind of wish we had the JART format for when we started this process, because I know at each meeting back a year or so ago, we were asking for the questions and we got them, and then the next meeting we got more questions, and the next meeting we got more questions, which is all fine. But to me, JART offers the fullness of time to not try and squeeze everything in an hour segment of a council meeting and get it all listed so that they could be addressed one at a time, and everybody sees all the questions and has to address all the issues, because it's all contained in one spot. So I wish we maybe tried to use the JART system, but we really didn't know about it. And this seems to maybe be able to pick up on what we left off. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor, except I do have a councilor item question for the region, but if you want to go in order of this issue we're on now, I'll pass for now and come back to Barb.
Yeah, I got Councillor Danch.
Thank you, Mayor. Through Barbara, of course. I saw the emails coming back about the sweeping of Main Street. And, it seemed to be like, yeah, go ahead and do it if you want. And I just wanted to clarify that everybody's on board with that and the city knows that if it needs to be done, it can be done. Can you just kind of enlighten me a little bit there, please?
Councillor?
Yeah, sure, Councillor Dance. That's how I read it. The same as you. That if you needed more done, then to contact your dispatch. That's how I read that.
Okay, so you want me to contact their dispatch and tell them, like, okay, guys, like, I'm the guy that's giving you the go-ahead?
If you want, you can let me know and I will.
It's always fun to talk to the region. I mean, that's why there's emails, right? Because nobody ever answers their phone. But no, okay, Barb, that's great. I'm going to look after that myself. And we're going to see a clean Main Street. We'll probably take them 2 weeks to get here, or we'll get Chris to get his machine out on the street there and he can clean it for us. Okay, so thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Danch. Any other councillors with questions to the regional councillor? Okay, back to you, Councillor Bruno.
Thank you, Worship. The question I have after I saw the response from the region was that those were their regional road standards and whether it be grass cutting or whether it be sweeping, that's what it is. And there would be some exceptions if, was there special events or if there were a need because things got bad. I guess my concern is that on other roads, when it comes to winter works and everything else, there are different levels of service for roads. And I was a bit surprised that she did not enunciate that, in my view, a Miller Road sweeping and a Main Street sweeping are not one and the same. In other words, we're in the urban boundary, we're in the city commercial area, and I think there should be a different standard for sweeping Main Street than there is for Miller Road or rural roads or other roads, run and are looked after by the region. So I'm just wondering, first question is, Barb, will you be able to go back and ask on grass cutting and sweeping, is there only just one standard, and would they consider different level of service? Because if the city is going to augment or have to pay for upgraded services, then I think that surely, they should designate a different standard, and for places like Main Street and Killaley in the urban service area, and then we're not paying as much for a lift with our own forces. So I'm wondering if you could run that by them.
Councillor Butters?
Absolutely. Happy to do that for you.
Great. Thanks, Barb. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, councillors? Again, Barb, thanks a lot. See you at the region. Okay, Madam Clerk, are there any addendum items this evening?
There is one addendum item this evening. We will be including delegations/presentations to the council agenda going forward for all electronic meetings. It will become after item 7. So I'm just wondering if you would be willing to waive the rules of procedure bylaw to create this.
Okay, so the motion is the council waive the rules of the procedural bylaw for all electronic meetings in order to add delegations and presentations after item 7 on the agenda. My mover is Councillor Danch. A seconder is Councillor Bruno. Any questions to the clerk? Seeing none, all in favor? Oh, sorry, Councillor Danch, you have a question?
Yeah, sorry, little late there. So we're going to have Zoom possibilities for delegations. Is that how I read this, Amber?
Yes, there is a presentation and a delegation this evening. If there's something on the agenda, if there is a reason someone would like to come to council, and it cannot wait, knowing this will go forward for a considerable amount of time, we'll be allowing delegations. Currently, when people are submitting delegations on the Monday morning of council, we are still only accepting written delegations for that part.
Okay, Counselor?
So this Zoom thing is going to come into effect like tonight if we vote on this, or down the road?
Tonight.
That was my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other counselors with a question? Counselor Bodnar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the clerk. When someone makes a delegation, are we going to be assured that it is something that we control, that we have control of, rather than just someone mistakenly thinking we can do something about something we have no control over? I know years ago we had that implemented. I think maybe the mayor can remember when we used to do that. Just your thoughts on that.
Through the mayor, our policy is that we only usually accept delegations on items that we can control, that council can make a decision on at our level of government. The odd time delegations do come through at the request of a member or a staff member, but for the most part, we do try to keep it only with things that we have control over.
Okay.
Okay, Counselor?
Yes. Yep.
Any other counselor? Questions? Seeing none, please raise your hand. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, Council. Confirmation of agenda. My mover is Councillor Wells. Seconder is Councillor Bodnar. Any questions with regards to the agenda? All those in favor of the agenda, please raise your hand. That's carried unanimously. Disclosures of interest. The following councillors have declared a conflict of interest. Councillor Wells and Councillor Beauregard have declared a conflict of interest on items 2 and 3. Councillor Beauregard has also declared a conflict of interest on bylaws 6802, 5220, 6803, 5320, 6806, 5620, and 6807, 5720. Councillor Danch has declared a conflict of interest on item 2. Are there any other conflicts this evening, councillors? Thank you. Next is the adoption of minutes. We have 3 sets of minutes. I'll do these in block. Special meeting of council 16-20 held on July 13th, 2020. Regular meeting of council 17-20 held on July 13th, 2020. Special meeting of council 18-20 held on July 15th, 2020. I have a mover, Councillor Clayliff, a seconder, Councillor Bagu. Any questions on those minutes? All those in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed? That's carried unanimously. This evening I have, under determination of items requiring separate discussion, the following items are being lifted. Items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8. Any other items need to be pulled, council? And I have approval of items not requiring separate discussion, which I think is only 1. Councillor Desmarais and Councillor Beauregard. And all those in favor of approving those not requiring separate discussion, please raise your hand. That's unanimous. Thank you, council.
Councillor Beauregard was trying to get your attention.
Oh,
Yes.
sorry. Councillor Beauregard?
Should we not bring item 7, pull item 7 for our chief to speak to? The CAO, sorry.
He can. Nobody raised it.
Okay, I thought maybe we'd. I'm okay without bringing it. I thought maybe we had to do that.
No?
Never mind.
I'll do under staff responses.
Yeah, so under staff responses, councillor, The CO will give an update. Okay,
Okay, that's good.
okay, thank you. Okay, on to delegations and presentations. Okay, we are going right to presentation. This evening we have Ashley Grigg, Director of Community and Economic Development, Nicole Halaz, Manager of Parks and Recreation, and Sherry Hansen, Manager of Bylaw Services, regarding beach updates. Nicole, I guess you're starting.
Hello all, thank you Mayor and Council. It's great to almost see you tonight. So we're happy to talk about some of the things that we've been up to at Nickel Beach. I know there's been a lot of attention both from the community and outside of the community in terms of what's happening at Nickel Beach, its operations, and how we as a city are reacting to the COVID crisis. So I'm going to go through a few slides with you talking about some of the things and information that we've been up to, some important information I think just to set the record straight when it comes to people that are coming to the community, people who are using the beach itself. I think we've done a exceptional job in terms of our staff and their reaction to COVID-19 and how we operate Nickel Beach. We've had an opportunity to speak with some of our partners from the region, being the Niagara Regional Police, as well as Niagara Public Health. Both have indicated in terms of beach operations, there are no concerns. Obviously, we ask people to remain responsible when it comes to social distancing and ask them to take social responsibility when visiting our beaches. So I'll go through some of the stats and then we're going to progress through the presentation. I think we're going to talk about some more specifics when it comes to other departments and some exciting new things that we have planned for Nickel Beach that we want to focus on, because although this year has presented to be very interesting and challenging at times, we think that we have some exciting plans for the community and Nickel Beach itself. Thanks. So since we opened, which was just 1 month ago today actually, we've seen a number of changes which went from potentially not even operating the beach itself this year to a modified version which found us onboarding staff very quickly, as well as training them in health and safety procedures and policies and different COVID-related things. So what does it look like down at the beach? So approximately 11,000 people have visited the beach today. That's based on an average carload of approximately 4 people. 63% of those individuals have been from the Niagara region, with 36 of them being non-residents. In total, we've sold 16 seasonal passes to the residents of Port Colborne, and we've had 3 rain days of operation. So here's some of the snapshot of some of the operational changes we've made as we've learned and listened to both what our partners at Niagara Health have suggested, what emergency services has suggested, working with our partners in other departments in terms of parking regulations and some changes that have gone there, working with our community partners to acquire access to lands to try and deal with traffic congestion related issues. So again, we've worked very hard in notifying the public through various social media campaigns. In fact, I think we've made 39 different posts as it relates to Nickel Beach, from Nickel Beach is closed due to various capacity levels to what's acceptable to bring to the beach when I come, and what can I expect when I arrive. So again, I think Council is aware of the resident, non-resident rates that apply to Nickel Beach. We have implemented a residents only from Friday to Sunday from 9:30 to 10:30. Unfortunately, this has not been utilized by the community, with very few individuals taking advantage, no more than 5 daily. Southside parking on Lake Road has been opened up to allow individuals to park and gain access to the beach. We've created an overflow parking lot in reaction to some of the parking congestions that we saw, as well as local and non-local options. Also allowing for more individuals to access the beach with a walk-on once we've reached capacity when it comes to parking on the beach. We have security on site 7 days a week with extended security on our busiest times on the weekends. We have 3 additional staff to help with COVID-19 related reactions. We have, again, an extensive social media campaign, particularly around capacity, which has included the sign of 3 visual signs located on Highway 140, number 3, and the Welland Road, notifying individuals when the beach is full and access is not available. We have reacted in terms of infrastructure needs, both because of COVID and failing infrastructure, which has seen an addition of porta potties, hand washing stations, debit and credit options down at the beach, as well as increased personal protection for our staff. And then as a part of our department and its responsibilities, we also are responsible for Cedar Bay Beach and Centennial Park. So our Lakeview crew attends site 3 times a day to deal with trash, to help educate individuals about social distancing, and to inspect playgrounds. We have social distancing signage located at the beach. We have instilled the help of a private security firm to do 4 mobile security daily, Friday through Saturday. That was just implemented this past weekend, and I'm happy to report that no incidents were found. And very shortly we will be installing fencing along, a small fencing section along the city limits, indicating that individuals are now crossing onto what may either be private property or deemed city promenade area in the Cedar Bay Centennial Park area. I am going to turn it over to my colleague, Sherry Hansen, to talk about bylaw-related issues and what they've been up to in terms of helping keep our community safe.
Thank you, Nicole. Mrs. Hanson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To continue on the bylaw-related issues with regards to the beach and beach access, Bylaw Enforcement Division patrols Nickel and Cedar Bay Beach 2 to 4 daily visits, and it's dependent on weather issues, complaints. So if we have a rain day, we don't have as much parking issues there. Prior to that, we had 5 bylaw-related incidents, and we provided education. Those were COVID-19 related issues, whether people were not physically distancing, whether there was more than a group of 5 or a group of 10, or whether they were trying to access the beach when it was closed. June and July, we issued 135 parking tickets for access to Nickel Beach along Lake Road and surrounding areas. We had 47 parking tickets issued for the Pleasant Beach road allowance, 0 tickets issued for the Centennial Park Cedar Bay Beach area. There's sufficient parking in this area, and 5 tickets at other road allowances that meet the lake. All in all, with the tickets that were issued, it was approximately $7,860 for the June and July tickets that were issued. Right now, there's approximately 12 screening and reviews underway with regards to people that wish to fight their parking ticket. And staff also monitor the parking signage to ensure that signage is visible, that people coming into town will know where they can and cannot park. And just a reminder that the fine for the tow-away zones is now $160.
All set?
And I'm going to now pass this off to Ashley, and she's going to finish off the presentation.
Ms. Craig?
Thank you, Sherry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's my pleasure to be here tonight, and I'm very happy to talk about the future planning that we have identified for Nickel Beach and provide an overview for council this evening and the public. Over the past 20 years, the operation of Nickel Beach has varied from season to season with little to no dollars invested in addressing aging infrastructure. This, juxtaposed to the increasing popularity of the beach in recent years, has magnified the need for significant infrastructure improvements. Within the last 2 years, the city has identified various infrastructure failures and has begun to budget to replace failing equipment and facilities. These improvements vary in range from aesthetic to mechanical. As council is aware, the city leases Nickel Beach property from Valet Canada Limited, and the lease term is nearing its time for renewal. So staff are currently working with Valet to finalize the terms of the renewal agreement. In terms of infrastructure needs that we have identified at the staff level, and of course this includes consultation with members of council, we increase usage and demands for services, and aging and failing infrastructure are all indicators that improvements are needed at Nickel Beach. From a wastewater perspective, holding tanks are failing because of their age and require replacement or exploration of alternative, perhaps sustainable, environmentally sustainable options. There is little to no electrical services within the beach property itself. For security concerns, improved user experience, and improvements on the basis of energy conservation, a significant upgrade in the existing infrastructure in this area is also required. Existing and limited parking opportunities continue to be a concern. The creation of a fully accessible parking area in conjunction with the implementation of traffic calming features will assist in improving the safety of motorists, pedestrians, and cyclists. The aim of this component of the project is to encourage safer, more responsible driving and potentially reduce traffic flow while reducing the impact on the natural environment and the Fowler's toad, a federally recognized endangered species in Ontario, where the only remaining populations are in Rondeau, Long Point, and Niagara. The above represents examples of the current condition of the facility, giving existing conditions and their impact on public safety and service quality, and giving the increasing popularity of the beach itself. Investment in a variety of infrastructure improvements is of urgent need. In summary, identified improvements, and this is also referenced on the engineering and operations report before you this evening, we've identified a number of potential improvements, including parking facilities, washroom and change room facilities, rinse-off stations, sunshade areas, a pavilion, a new playground, a gatehouse, connections to existing trails, volleyball courts, and potentially a welcome center. With regard to the overall planning process itself, recognizing the need for improvement and in accordance with the actionable items outlined under the city's Parks and Recreation Master Plan, staff is in the process of preparing a request for proposals for completion of a Nickel Beach Master Plan. The plan will allow the city to strategically manage and articulate a vision to guide the future development of the beach relative to land use, zoning, development standards, parks and open space design, environmental stewardship, financial sustainability, accessibility, crime prevention through environmental design, and of course, a very important component, community input. The master plan will be used as a policy document to assist in determining Nickel Beach development requirements for the city that, in conjunction with the Parks and Recreation Master Plan and other strategic documents, will inform future investment and development. The master plan will address the site holistically in order to assist council in developing a long-term vision for the property. It will identify future built form, park and public realm improvements, parking and active transportation, environmental stewardship, and educational opportunities. Again, it will also identify capital funding opportunities, operational models, and very importantly, an implementation strategy for staff. All of this will be carried out in the context of past studies and in a manner that provides for robust and meaningful community input. Park and public realm improvements will also consider surrounding land uses, zoning, and compatibility with the adjacent community. All of this will be undertaken with the continued involvement and coordination with the Ministry of Natural Resources, the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, and the Ministry of Environment. With regard to funding, staff has aggressively been pursuing federal and provincial grant funding in the support of this project. A grant application was submitted last year, the results of which remain pending. And should Council approve the recommendation of Engineering and Operations Report 2020-96 on your agenda tonight, staff will proceed with submitting a subsequent grant funding application, again, in support of this project. As council is aware, earlier this year, you considered a report outlining 2 opportunities for the city to enter into agreements with third-party service providers for the provision of an inflatable water park and a food and beverage provider. However, due to COVID-19, these operations will not commence until the 2021 season. However, they represent the city's efforts to enhance the amenities and bring added value to our patrons. So that concludes my section of the presentation this evening. Again, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, and we're looking forward to implementing these exciting plans. Staff would be happy to respond to questions and receive further direction from council at this time.
Thank you, Ashley, Nicole, and Sherry. Just before I go to questions, we have some good news. We've just been informed by Sergeant Aaron Gross of the Niagara Regional Police Services that the Niagara Regional Police have added 2 officers to work 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturdays to patrol beaches in the city of Port Colborne. This goes above and beyond the normal number of staff that are on weekends. So we really appreciate what the NRP has done, and we know that Sergeant Gross has been very active with us in our beach areas, specifically when he's on duty, doing his own patrols and getting back to both the CAO and I with regards to what he's seeing throughout our community. So again, thank you very much to the NRP on that. So going to council for questions. Please raise your hand if you have any questions. I've got Councillor Bruno starting.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just in the order of the presenters, perhaps if I could ask Nicole first. Thank you for the excellent report. I like the fact that you were able to garner those numbers, Nicole. I was just wondering, with the split between Niagara Region and local residents versus non-residents, in getting those numbers, have you, or would you consider us being able to capture those attendees going forward in some form of a survey or email lead bank? The reason I'm asking that question is this year is kind of an anomaly year and new people being introduced to Port Colborne. I wouldn't mind seeing if we could capture those names and email addresses for more beach news, future beach news, and notices of being full, change of rates, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Staff?
Through you, Mayor Steele, to Councillor Bruno, we can certainly look into creating a survey and tracking some information to report back to council.
Yeah, I'd be particularly interested in data on emails, just so we can mine it in the off season. I also wanted to ask you, Nicole, if you could, if you have the numbers on capacity, car capacity at Nickel Beach currently with COVID restrictions, and would you be able to estimate what they are in a non-COVID world?
Staff?
Through you, Mayor Steele, to Councillor Bruno, if I understand the question correctly, you're asking what capacity is in a non-COVID world?
And a COVID world. In other words, currently, what is the capacity for cars using the distancing at Nickel Beach?
To be honest with you, we don't have a set number, Councillor Bruno. There's a lot of variables that come into play. Typically, the water and its water levels play a factor. Depending on what sand quality is, will play a factor if a groom has happened or not. But I would suggest approximately 130 cars represents capacity in a COVID world and approaching 200 plus cars in a non-COVID world.
Councillor?
Thank you. And again, Nicole, would you be able to report back to us revenue to date and expenses to date?
I can certainly work with the finance department to produce those numbers.
Great. That's all I have for Nicole. If I could move on, Mr. Mayor, to Sherry.
Go ahead.
Sherry, just first a compliment. I've gotten a lot of emails and I think we've moved with lightning speed on tweaking and picking up on things where we saw voids. I've been down just at Nickel to speak to it exclusively for now, the last couple Saturday and Sunday evenings, and surely at the end of the day, I was amazed in a good way that it kept getting better and better with the lack of garbage and parking issues as the weeks wore on. I'm not saying it was eliminated or perfect. I'm just saying it keeps getting better. And I was wondering, Mike, ideal. I mean, it's great that we have received that dollar figure in terms of fines, but the ideal situation is that we want fines to be a curtailment, not a revenue source. And so at the end of the day, I wouldn't mind if we could start seeing some form of status report on if that is dwindling or not. I mean, obviously we've raised fines in the Pleasant Beach Road Allowance area and Nickel Beach. So I'd like to see where that's trending if we could. And I mean, this is just a comment while we're on nickel and enforcement and traffic. I don't find it, but other councillors, I'm sure, will weigh in on this who are been closer to it. I think when you take 70 cars first thing in the morning and move that starting post to Lake Road and Fairs when it used to start at the Nickel Beach gate, I can't help but be surprised that there would be a lineup first thing in the morning, because those 70 cars are no longer queued between the gate and Fairs Street. I guess I'm not surprised that there is a lineup for a while, and hopefully it gets managed better. To you and your staff, and I should have said this to Nicole and Ashley, I found that the utilization of the Vale land there also keeps getting better and better, in more people parking in that grass rather than just around the outer edges on the street. So from the point of view of Sherry, I'm just wondering if that's possible to get the fine total each week and the trend.
Sandra?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruno, we can provide the data for you at the next council meeting and the one after that to give you a idea of what tickets and the fine amounts we're issuing each weekend.
Great, thank you, Sherry. Now finally on to Ashley, Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Yep.
Ashley, I see the $2.8 million potential grant application or grant applications, and you did reference it with the report further on tonight with respect to Fed provincial up to $10 million. So I want to ask you if that 2.8 million potential grant application would be part of that umbrella max that's listed at 10 million.
Ashley?
Thank you, Mr.
Or maybe
Mayor.
that's a Brian question, I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll do my best to answer it. The number that you see in the presentation was actually based on the grant application that staff submitted late last year. It would be certainly a component of the one that you see before you tonight as well, should it be approved. However, staff will further refine, certainly confirm those numbers with engineering and operations. But yes, that would be a component of the overall 10 million.
Great. Well, without divulging things you can't at this point, the potential for a new agreement with Vale on the lease of Nickel Beach lands. Is there a starting point, or is the term still of issue, or what? In other words, what is the hope or expectation on the length of term of that agreement?
Ashley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The lease agreement that is just coming up on its renewal period is actually, it was a 100-year lease. So naturally, the lease itself created back then does not adequately reflect today's times, our operational realities. So staff have been in communication with Valet to update the language, not only to reflect today's use, but also to provide the city with opportunities to realize the things that I outlined earlier tonight with the idea of the master plan and bringing in additional areas for parking and perhaps use of land for trail development and those types of components.
I guess my concern is, as I recall from years past, the 100-year lease, but I thought we were now of late back into 5 or 19-year leases. It was my recollection, both from being on and off council, seeing stories about it and talking to other councillors, that we were already in another world than that original lease. I see Councillor Demery nodding her head. So I'm just wondering if we haven't been in a 1-year, 5-year renewable actually lately.
Ash.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't expect, and staff does not expect, in fact, we have indication from Valet that it will not be such a lengthy term. Certainly, the idea, I think, with reviewing it and renewing it is to revisit it more often. So the term length will likely, it's going to be much shorter than the 100-year term that we saw in the previous lease.
Okay, the reason I've sort of methodically walked through this way and asked for some numbers on the dollars is because I think at the end of the day, whilst not everything can be measured with just a bottom line approach, certainly some of the big things are the spin-offs and introducing people to Port Colborne. Without that business case for Nickel Beach and without the numbers as to how much we've arrived at in revenue, minus expenses, it seems to, I would like that sooner rather than later, because certainly in my experience, the beach business is potentially a 60 to 90 day business, fraught with weather and all the other things that make it a certainly difficult private sector investment. And again, I revert back to the point that this all isn't just about bottom line, but we have to look at some of those realities and some of the risks. More importantly, I'm now very interested in the prioritization of the $10 million. And I understand that this is early and we haven't sussed out where those asks are, but potentially 28% of that $10 million being diverted to a project that as of yet is on someone else's land, will be, and I don't know the extent of the term. So whilst a bunch of things like trails to that land are always usable, reusable, and a benefit to the city, whether Nickel Beach is, Valet flips again to another corporate buyer, or it's sold off because of the whim of the board of directors of the day, in a world of getting potentially $10 million, 2.8 is a high profile, high flyer on that list. So again, not against it, but want to see more numbers, more certainty about a term agreement, and just the reality of the operating expenses. I think this is a great opportunity, but the two concerns I have, main ones, is that this may be an anomaly year for which we're looking at attendance at Nickel Beach and everywhere else. And so to me, a 4 or 5 or 6 week snapshot doesn't tell me what the future might hold. So I'm very concerned about the economics of all this. I'm for the marketing, I'm for the spin-off, but all of that's got to come in balance. And right now, I just feel we're too skint, and didn't expect them tonight, but I would like to see a lot more detail surrounding that lease agreement, the 2.8, how much of it is outside land that we don't own. 138 cars or 200 cars, you don't have to do a lot of math, even if you can figure out 36% of them, right, at $50 and the balance at 20. And, you're counting on 8 weeks, predominantly of which are weekends. I look to, certainly a Sherkston Beaches, now Sherkston Shores, who went bankrupt being based on a day business beach and camping. I see Wasaga, which had to flip into what it is today. And so to prop this up on the positive side, I like the activity of out-of-town people discovering Port Colborne, the finding out who they are, the exposure to Port Colborne, the marketing opportunities, the leveraging of that, all of that stuff. But at 2.8 million, even in the world of 80%, right? We're still looking at 20% of that number if we're into that. So it's still significant. And I would hope that we would get a lot more detail before going forward. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the time.
Okay, Councillor. So I have Councillor Demery, Bagu, Beauregard. Who else had their hand up for questions? Danch, Harry Wells. Okay, that's it so far. Okay. So next is Councillor Demery.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Nicole. Nicole, first of all, I've got to say thank you, because within hours of me sounding an alarm that there were problems at Nickel Beach, you guys had already started to put some measures in place to take care of it, which was truly wonderful. But I've got to tell you, I have some real questions about how this has worked out, because what I'm hearing tonight is sounding like it's just a bed of roses, and that's not what I'm seeing there. So I'm a little bit confused. I go there, and even with the beach entrance moved back to the bottom of Fair Street there, I'm still seeing a lineup of cars entering in the morning that's backed up Welland Street up to Clarence. I still see that. I see people getting out of their cars and playing in the road and talking and littering in the whole shot. I just don't see that as being safe, but I am seeing that happening. I didn't recognize any of those faces through that lineup, so I know that these were not locals. I'm hearing that only a few of locals took advantage of the fact that they could have the beach an hour earlier. But yet I'm seeing the beach announcements made by our staff that the beach is at capacity at 11 o'clock, I believe it was Saturday morning, and 11:30 Sunday morning. So within an hour, that meant in that 1 hour's time, capacity was reached. That's really unbelievable. So you can just imagine the number of people in that small little area to be able to do that. That's a really difficult time. We still have problems with people leaving the beach. I just had a young mother call me the other day. She was very upset on, I believe it was Saturday. Her little daughter had to witness a road rage incident where 2 guys got out and one was chasing another with a baseball bat. That's not something that should be happening. And I mean, you can't control people's behavior, and I understand that. But this wasn't on Welland Street. This was on Fair Street. So I think we need to really watch the traffic and see if we can't find a way to channel them and keep them on Welland Street. It's still not a great thing when people behave that way, but that's the way it is. So I see those kinds of things. I drive down there all the time. The litter is picked up quite quickly, and I do applaud you all for that. There's a lot of cigarette butts, so those are, I know how difficult those are to pick up, and the neighbors are now complaining about that. So that's a problem. I mean, you have the people who live right in close by the beach, in the East Village area, who are just absolutely upset with the way this is happening. And because all of the burden is borne by them. And then you have the people outside of the area who are still quite upset that what they call outsiders, and we know those are people from out of town, are taking up all the space on their beach. That's how they see it. So it's a frustrating set of certain circumstances. And I understand that we've been advised not to try to make the beach residents only. And that's not my natural way of thinking either. I don't really like that idea. But I have never seen, in all the issues that I've faced being on council, I have never seen one issue that has so many people from so many areas in Port Colborne all on the same side. And that is the side of closing that beach and making it residents only. So, and I have to say that, and I did promise them that I would bring it to council and ask council to make a decision to move that to residents only. Even though all these steps have been taken to try to make it better, I still say that it is not better enough. That's the big problem. So I do intend to ask for a leave of council to do this. Maybe I'll do that a little later on. I'll ask the clerk for direction on that. But Nicole, if you could speak to the capacity issue and the fact that local residents aren't taking advantage of it, and yet the beach goes to capacity that quickly. Could you tell me how that happens?
Call.
Through you, Mayor Steele, to Councillor Desmarais. I will do my best to try and let you know how the traffic flows when they get to Nickel Beach. I agree that some of the congestion issues around Nickel Beach are certainly an issue and have provided some safety concerns to those residents. Again, I urge those residents to reach out to the Niagara Regional Police when it comes to the enforcement of the traffic controls on our local streets. I believe that is of the utmost importance. No one from the Parks and Recreation Department will be dealing with traffic-related issues because the health and safety of our staff is of my utmost importance, and they do not have that training. So I will certainly state that first. One of the recommendations from staff over the last 3 weekends of the local, non-local 1 hour time frame is that we allow all beachgoers to enter the beach at that time, and we will, for that 1 hour time frame, put aside 10 spots for local residents. So when they do arrive, they will be able to come right onto the beach, and we can guarantee them that time frame, but will reduce congestion issues for those lining up who are non-residents who want to get on the beach. We have already seen improvements from last Saturday to Sunday with the utilization of the overflow parking, which allows those staging, hoping not to miss their spot in line, to get out and stretch their legs and play soccer or sit. And I think that will provide a safe opportunity for them to do those type of things. So when it comes to residents and non-residents, I would urge council, if they feel that the safety of the citizens of Port Colborne is of the utmost importance, for them to make recommendations to staff to change the operations as they are today.
Councillor?
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, Nicole. I was of the impression that no one from out of town would be let in within that first hour. It would be for Port Colborne residents only to come in. So possibly I misinterpreted that. I'm not sure. That was my impression. I didn't realize that 10 spots would be held. So that may answer a couple of questions, and it tells me how capacity could be reached by 11 o'clock. But I would say to this, the improvements, they are really good, and I really do appreciate the work that you've all put in. I just say that this is good work done, but it is not helping the people who live there at ground zero. even the parking lot, although it's a wonderful thing to have that parking lot, and it really helps to be able to use the beach better, that parking lot sits around the houses. There are houses around that parking lot. People have to put up with what goes on in that parking lot. Not a lot of houses, but there are houses, and those houses have kids. There are families that live in that area that have a disrupted weekend every weekend because of the beach going on. And once noon, 1 o'clock comes around, there is no big lineup. There, at least I haven't seen one. I go there all the time. There's not been a big lineup. But coming back out later in the afternoon, now that's where you get people getting a little bit crazy on their exits. The attitude is quite different than the attitude when they're lining up wanting to go in. So we have issues. I know you're doing your best to deal with them, but I'm just going to ask the clerk for direction on how I put a motion on the floor tonight, rather than do it through a notice of motion, asking council to decide whether or not it can go to residents only.
Madam Clerk?
Through the mayor, if you would like to waive the rules of procedure to allow for no notice of motion to be needed, you would just ask that rule be waived, and a majority of members would need to vote to accept that, and then the motion could be put forward on the table.
Okay, so then I would request that we waive rules of procedure.
So you're going to move that then, Councillor, correct?
Yes, yes.
Can I get a seconder for that? Councillor Beauregard. There is no debate on this, correct? So Councillor Desmarais, seconded by Councillor Beauregard, has asked for waiving of procedural bylaw in order for her to bring a motion forward. All those in favor, please raise their hand. Sorry? Yeah,
I think Councillor Beauregard actually wanted to say something.
No, there is no debate on this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there is no debate. Sorry.
Okay.
All those in favor, raise a hand. All those opposed, raise their hand. Okay, guys, you got to raise your hands. For all those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, raise their hand. Okay, that's carried then.
Okay.
Councillor Desmarais.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I would like to move that we make the Nickel Beach only, for the balance of this season, residents only.
Okay, seconder for that? Nope. Councillor Beauregard.
Sorry, Your Worship. I have to declare a conflict on this item.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a seconder for that? I have Councillor Danch seconding that. Councillor Desmarais, clarification from staff. Who is a resident?
Residents of Port Colborne.
Only.
All of it.
Yeah. Okay. Any questions? Councillor Bruno?
Thank you, Worship. Just to the issue of control, both parking and that, and as it relates to Councillor Desmarais' motion, I think at this stage, with some growing improvements each week, I would caution us, A, to enter the world of what we've been advised legally as it speaks to non-residents. And I think that needs to be taken into consideration. But secondly, there are other control measures that could gain us some valuable information this year. And I think along with the growing list of improvements, to manage this better. I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I mean, if you look at how often crowding, overcrowding, and queuing is handled, it's through pricing and dynamic pricing. I mean, right now we have, in order to manage traffic, garbage, parking, etc., in a better way requires resources. I would rather see us start with a different pricing mechanism to see if we can quell those numbers, or better, remanage and position after staff hears these comments, some of them tonight, good comments, but albeit for the first time. And so I would put forward, at least for debate, and let's see where the other councillors are at, but I would rather change the pricing regime for non-residents, which is, if not a disincentive, either a curbing of the numbers or the better management of the numbers. If it curbs the numbers, it allows for more Port Colborne residents. And I think if you're going to look at the other recommendations by staff, this is not, I don't want to kill those opportunities, because when we're 4 to 6 weeks into a different world and trying to attract people to Port Colborne and Nickel Beach, that it doesn't speak well for the inertia of this grant application and the numbers that it's going to need to support it. So I would urge council to look at using price or dynamic pricing on the day to start to change the problems. And if we've already seen improvements, and pricing can change that by having more resources or less out-of-town folks, then don't we owe it to ourselves and to staff and this vision to at least give that a try first? That's all I have to say at this time, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I had Councillor Danch, Kalaleff, and Bodnar. Councillor Danch.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure who's on the outside of things. I sent an email off earlier in the weekend that had a couple questions as far as like charging for on the beach. I think I sent it to Nicole, and I attached Ashley to that. You know, and the question was from a constituent asking, like, we're allowed to charge someone to go on the beach according to our lease with valet?
Staff?
Through you, Mayor Steele, to Councillor Danch, yes, we are allowed to charge to go people to gain access to the beach.
Councillor Danch?
Okay. Yep, that's great. And I'm sorry, but I'm going to go along with Angie here. And the people that are coming in are inundating our beach. And as much as I haven't been to the beach in a little while, we're not prepared for the laboratories and the food vendors and stuff like that. We haven't got it together this year and we're going to use that COVID as an excuse again. But I know the beach staff are doing the best they can, but the influx of these out-of-towners is really making it difficult for the east side there. And I think if we just got to keep it that way for now and say, like, listen, guys, I'm sorry, it's a Port Colborne residence thing. Stay at your own beach. Toronto beaches are open. Toronto, Mississauga, Brampton, I don't care where you are. Like, your beaches are open. You can go to where you got to go. You don't have to come down here. And I'm on Angie's side. I don't get there often, but I am from the east side. And no, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kalaleff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I have my question answered. I'm okay.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bodnar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ashley or Nicole, if you can answer it. How many residents are not getting onto the beach? Do we have a handle on this?
Staff?
From Port Colborne? No.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, we don't have an exact number in terms of the number of Port Colborne residents that are not, once the beach reaches capacity, the number of Port residents that are not getting access to the beach. I think it's mainly because we've got signage, we've got social media that we're working with to try and inform people. So those that may, have plans to arrive later in the day, we likely aren't interacting with them because they're likely turning around before they actually reach the beach.
Okay.
Councillor Bodnar.
Sure, Mr. Mayor, through you. Well, I guess just generally, I got a big fear of where these people are going to go. And I'm thinking it could be Cedar Bay. So while I feel for Angie and her problems in the community, no thanks. We're like, don't bring any Port Colborne residents down there then. You know what I mean? Like, it just, I don't know. I don't know if we got a handle on what we still can do to improve this situation. And I just can't support this at this time. I don't think we got enough information and even the safeguards in for where everybody's going to show up to when the beach is full. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bagu?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I also have a problem with this. I live in Port Colborne. My 3 granddaughters live 1 block out of Port Colborne into Ridgeway, so I cannot bring my granddaughters to the beach. If I'm a young person, as a sister of Welland, she can't bring her kids down to the beach with my kids. I don't think it's right. I think our staff has done a great job. They're getting better every day, and I think they're getting a great handle on it. And I also don't want to see Pleasant Sandbox Road inundated with more cars. So I cannot support this also. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I know the CAO has some comments on this, then I'll go to Councillor Wells.
So yeah, through your worship to council, and I was asked to say this, so staff really doesn't have a predisposition on whether the beach should be locals only, that is the whole region, city residents only, or open to all comers. We do know that there's a lot of chatter in online circles among residents. There's some speculation that some of those who are chatting don't actually use the beach and don't really have firsthand experience, but that there's also some frustrated users who go home and take to social media to complain. We do have legal advice that has been reported to council in the past that suggests that we cannot say that people who don't live in Port Colborne can't use the beach legally, but we can charge a different rate, a non-resident rate. And it is up to council if you choose to go in that direction, and you could go in that direction even though we have that legal advice, and staff will do what council asks us to do. I do know from talking to the other CAOs in Niagara, and I have heard, funny enough, I've heard locally that St. Catharines has taken that step as well as Fort Erie, but on the calls that I have to discuss COVID, St. Catharines has not taken that step as of yet and is considering it this evening at the same time as we're having our council meeting coincidentally. I also do know from Fort Erie's experience talking to their staff at the town of Fort Erie that they have had the unintended consequence of driving those beachgoers who don't qualify for local access to the road allowances, which is the exact thing we've been trying to avoid, not just during the pandemic, but for years in Port Colborne. And that's channeling people towards our beaches, which have city amenities and sometimes city staff in the case of Nickel Beach. So to the council members who did say that they didn't want this to be sort of an unintended consequence of a decision like this, it has happened in Fort Erie where that was the outcome. So staff we serve at the pleasure of council, and if this motion is carried, we will absolutely execute the motion as per council's instructions. But I just wanted to share that experience.
Thank you, CAO. Councillor Wells?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question regarding Cedar Bay, I'm not clear on it, whether we were going to restrict access to Cedar Bay to residents only as well. If we don't, we're going to start to see a cascading effect, though, as Councillor Bodner explained. We would see a cascade of people moving down to road accesses to Cedar Bay and then on. So I think we need a strategy for the whole beachfront areas. If we start to implement residents only.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Desmarais?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to make something very clear to everyone. The motion that I put on the floor tonight really is there because the people have asked for it. Simply open, close. That's it. No other reason. I don't disagree with anything that anyone has said tonight. It's just the people want it. When you get more than 50 emails and phone calls on one issue, that's a lot. Those are from separate people, and this is not social media stuff. You can add that to the pile. I don't put a lot of credence on that. But on the emails and the phone calls, I do. So when you get more than 50 on one issue, that's a lot. The people deserve to have their wishes discussed and decided by council. Therefore, I put this motion on the floor. We're discussing it, and we will decide it, and it will be a done deal one way or another. It's one thing about Nickel Beach and Nickel Beach only. We can have that decision made, and it will go forward with that. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Clayliff.
For you, Mr. Mayor. I'm agreeing with what Councillor Bruno was saying. I think that we need to increase the costs, and hopefully that will keep people away. Significantly increase it if we have to, and make it more. Staff is doing a fabulous job. I was there on the weekend. I looked at it from the water. I was on our boat looking in, and I see the great work, the great lengths they've gone to. Yes, it's crowded, but at the same time, it is very organized. I was really quite impressed with how it was going. But I understand what Councillor Desmarais is saying. I've driven up around there to the entrance many times. So perhaps if we increase the cost enough, and we will decrease the number of people from out of town, and really encourage people from Port Colborne to get out there and be there early in the morning, get your spots, and be involved in it all. But I think that we do owe it to them to. This is just a tweak. We said we had to tweak things as we went along, and I agree with Councillor Bruno. I don't want to turn people away totally, but at the same time, if they're willing to go, they're willing to pay.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions? Seeing none, please raise your hand if you're in favor. Please raise your hand if you're opposed. The motion is defeated. Thank you, Councillor Desmarais. Back to questions on the presenters. I have Councillor Baggy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I've lost myself. I think all my questions pretty well got answered. Yeah, they did. So I'm just looking at my notes. I'm good, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Beauregard?
I have no question. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Danch? He's all set. Councillor Wells?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ashley. Ashley, in your presentation, you made reference to a fence being put up on the Cedar Bay Centennial Park Beach. Is that to the east of the park?
Staff?
Through you, Councillor Wells, or through you, Mayor Steele, through Councillor Wells, what we will be doing is placing an 8-foot section of set fence where the current city limits signs on both the east and west side of the park are located, Councillor Wells.
Councillor?
Thank you. This leads to one other question. A little while ago, there were some emails from some constituents living on Vimy Ridge Road that made reference to a promenade, and I think, Ashley, you mentioned that as well. The question I have is, and the question the residents have, is that promenade owned by the city? Does that promenade still exist in the original owners, who was Catherine Sobel? So I was just wondering if there was any understanding of that promenade and the ownership of that promenade.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to go to our CAO because I know he's been working on this. CAO?
Sure. Through your worship to Councillor Wells, we have staff at the city have been talking about it, and all the staff that you've mentioned here, including bylaw and the director of planning, who's on the call but not involved in this beach discussion, have sort of, I guess, caucused, for lack of a better words, and pooled our knowledge. We have done title searches for the land registry office. Everything that we have determined shows us that the original survey of the area set aside land south And so I've walked the land, but I haven't measured the land, presumably south of the break walls and for a certain amount of distance of all of the homes that are east of the park, all the way up to where, I guess the eastern border would be where the drainage equipment is on the city's road allowance. All of those, the sand in front of all of those homes is owned by a property owner, as you've alluded to, with access being granted to all of the properties in the survey. And then the wording that is used, and I think you're familiar with this from a drawing, in common with the users of Cedar Bay Centennial Park, which means that that's basically what we call deeded access. So people who don't have beach frontage in their homes on Vimy Ridge Road, in that particular survey, you have to look at the survey to determine which ones have deeded access to use the beach, not just pass over or pedestrian access, and the users of the park. We think that that person is no longer alive, but there must be some existing ownership. That person must have had an estate or heirs who would continue to own that property. If sometimes there have been situations in the past where the property is vested in the province or the public guardian, but the city has no ownership or responsibility for maintenance of that property legally, but the city park users do have the right to access that park. I'll just take it a step further. I know this wasn't part of your question, but the park limit still is the park limit, and the city is signing the eastern boundary of the park as the limit of the city park, but users of Cedar Bay Beach can cross over that city limit sign legally, if that makes sense.
Councillor Wells?
Okay, that clarifies things. Just one further addition to that, to Scott, through you, Mr. Mayor. Do we have any liability associated to those people that we allow to enter the park and then enter onto that property?
CAO?
Sure, through your worship to Councillor Wells, I am not a lawyer. I would tend to think not. Since we are not the property owner, I think that we would be exempt from liability on the property if, for example, in the case of an injury or some kind of an accident. I can take that question to the city's legal and or insurance broker, our legal firm or our insurance broker, to see if they agree with that interpretation. But there are cases where we're named in action and that action turns out to be frivolous because, say, an accident on a provincial highway, they name the province and the region and the city in legal action or a claim, but eventually we're taken off of that claim because we're not the road authority. It would almost be the same thing here. Even though this isn't a road, we are not the legal owner of the section of property.
Councillor Wells?
Thank you.
You're all set? Okay. I've got Councillor Bodnar, then Councillor Bruno.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the CAO on this same subject. So have we determined what the promenade means in the way of, I know I've seen other leases along the lakefront, and a promenade means a walking area to get from one place to another, not a pitch your tent on it and stay for the day area. Have we determined the wording on that? And well, first I'll ask that question. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. The CAO?
Sure, through your worship to Councillor Bodnar, I will read you verbatim from the survey, the document that's registered in the Land Registry Office. It says, the beach promenade shown colored green is to be used as a right-of-way and recreation ground by the owners and occupants of lots in this tract in common with the public who use the park. So we take that to mean right-of-way typically means a right of passage. Can't throw down a blanket, can't have a game of soccer, can't necessarily stop and enjoy the beach, right of passage. But that wording recreation ground seems to go beyond just a rite of passage and say you can put down a blanket, play a game of soccer, throw a frisbee. So without actually getting a legal interpretation of that, I can't say that promenade is passing over only. I tend to think that the word promenade, because this is from 1920, 21, whatever, I don't have that right in front of me, 20, it might have been more in use at the time, and that's why it's the word that's before us. I don't know if somebody surveying this property today would use the word promenade. But that's only that's a staff assumption, not a legal interpretation.
Sure.
Councillor Bodnar?
Thank you. So I don't think we can just let this lie and say somebody else has to figure it out. If we don't own it, and people have the right to use it, if police are called to remove somebody that's creating a disturbance, I don't think they will. Something has to be done to that property to, I'm just thinking of cases where we as a city have had problems, and the owner of a property that either has people camping on it or whatever, transients coming through, had to issue some form of a statement or something so that the police could actually remove it. I just don't want to see this stop here. I think we need to figure this out so that we're not caught trying to figure it out after some bad incident. So to the CAO, I guess, is my question.
So Councillor, can we take this as direction for the CAO to contact both our legal with regards to what may or may not happen, as Councillor Wells asked, and also get an interpretation of promenade in today's usage? I would think it would have to be today, not in 1920. And also with regards to Councillor Wells' question, we can also talk to our insurer with regards to liability. If we can take that as direction, the CAO can take that forward and get back to us as soon as he can.
Sure, I'd be happy to make that. If Councillor Wells has something to add, I'd step right in. But I just don't see us saying, well, we'll deal with it at some time in the future. I think we need to be proactive on this one.
Yeah, if we can just take that as direction, we can.
Yeah.
The CAO can move that forward. Councillor Wells, do you have anything to add to that?
No, that's good. I think that'll address the questions and concerns of the residents there.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wells. Anything further, Councillor Bodnar?
Just that, can we define where that line is, or so that everybody knows? Is that survey accurate, and do we know where that line is on the beach? I mean, is it covered with water, right? And then it's a non-issue, but it looks like it's up high on the sand. So
yeah, it almost
just
looks,
add that to your list.
Yeah, it almost does look like where the break walls are today, but I think, again, we could add that to direction to the CAO to confirm that, because it does give us lot dimensions. So where we know the lot starts at the road and measure back, then we can get an idea moving along where this actual line is. So that's something that we might be able to have our staff do. Okay. All right. So the CAO has that as direction too. Is that all right, Councillor Bodnar?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Anything further? Okay, Councillor Bruno?
Sorry, Mayor. Yes, and if I could come back to Nickel Beach for a second.
Certainly.
Through you two, actually, either Nicole, Ashley, or Sherry, with just re-looking at some of the problems outlined by Councillor Demery. One is we have the queuing of cars into city streets. So just on that, are there any solutions, and for the time being, forget cost for a moment, any of you could suggest to either expedite cars into the beach and get them off Welland Street and Stacking?
Through you, Mayor Steele, to Councillor Bruno, staff recommendation is to eliminate the 1 hour queuing and allow all access to the beach, saving 10 spots for Port Colborne residents for the hour from 9:30 to 10:30 to speed processes for beach entry.
Councilor Bruno?
So does that still give residents the early entry opportunity concurrently?
Staff?
It does both?
Through you, Mayor Steele, to Councillor Bruno, yes, it does.
Would like to, I'll park that for a second. Perhaps Councillor Desmarais or Beauregard could comment to that. They've seen the stacking more than I have. I am concerned. Councillor Danch asked a question that I've never heard brought up before in the recent past, and that is about the ability to charge and charging pedestrians. Because where I'm going with this is, whilst I was for the increase in price for non-residents, non-residents here has a different parameter than in Fort Erie. So non-residents in your calculations aren't people from outside Port Colborne. They're for people outside of Niagara, correct?
Staff?
Through you, yes, you are correct.
Because if you look at 36% approximately of the 138 cars, you're really only talking about 40 cars to 44 cars. So, even if you up that as, to $70 or $80, you're not going to take a big chink out of that total. And so, I want to try and use price or you having the ability to put more resources towards speeding up vehicle entry, things like better contained parking on that rented land. I mean, I'd like to use price to not just quell those non-Niagara residents, but I'd also like to not put all my eggs in one basket, that's going to be the cure-all. And I'm not saying we'll get to 100%, but again, let me throw it out to the three of you. Is there any other measures that you can think of that'll mitigate some of the issues surrounding Nickel Beach?
Staff?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think at this point, I suppose, speaking without really having much further discussion with staff in terms of, we are increasing for this weekend in preparation for the holiday weekend. We have reached out to our security company in order to get additional support into queuing as well as use of the lot itself. The lot, while extremely useful, it does have its limitations in terms of the ground itself is quite wet, and there are concerns that vehicles will get stuck in that location as well, hence the sort of triangular layout that you will notice if you go down to the location itself. Certainly price is something that council can consider in terms of a more tiered and dynamic approach in terms of price modeling. But I think the challenge that we're faced with right now is that this is a unique year. There's not a lot of recreational opportunities for people to enjoy at the moment, and so we're seeing, while Nickel Beach has received and has increased in popularity significantly over the last 2 years, and we've seen that, this year is certainly a blip on the radar and presented us with some unique challenges. So I know that probably doesn't provide you with much in terms of additional suggestions, but staff is hoping that council will be able to make some recommendations that we can move forward and implement. And I'll turn it over to the manager of Parks and Recreation.
Cool.
Thank you, Ashley. I would suggest that we could potentially extend the hours of the beach opening, so people are arriving early. Hopefully there would be less congestion later on in the day. But I do caution council, if we do move to a Port Colborne resident only, this will slow the entry point at the beach, looking for identification for those residents. So your traffic issues, I do not feel will go away, certainly not within the next weekend.
Sure. Thank you, Nicole. Just while I've got you there, the other question is in your calculation of the percentages of outside Niagara and inside Niagara. Would I be correct in saying that that measurement is based solely on cars on the beach? Because
Councillor Bruno,
Yep.
we're going to take a 2 or 3 minute break. We've lost Councillor Desmarais, and this is an important issue for her. So she's just trying to work with our staff here to get logged back in.
Sounds great.
So through our we're just going to take a 5 minute break to get Councillor Desmarais back in. Thank you, Council. Okay, thank you. We're back. We've got our glitch corrected with Councillor Demaray. So I was at Councillor Bruno, and then I have Councillor Kalaloff. Councillor Bruno?
Yeah, just to repeat for Angie or anybody else that was cut out, just were there any ideas to help speed or correct queuing or any of the other issues that would be suggestions?
Staff?
No, actually, I was asking Angie because she wasn't there.
Oh, sorry.
I was asking the Ward 2 councillors, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, sorry. Councillor Demaray, do you have any?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Councillor Bruno. Gary, I really think there's lots of ideas, but I think staff has been doing the right work. I really do. But it's just, this is something the community is not used to. And it is overwhelming. It's that simple. But if we're going to keep attracting people and expect this to be the norm going forward, then we're going to have to start educating people more about, what their rights are and who to call and when to call them, that sort of thing, because it's not working for them, clearly.
Thanks. That was it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Kalaloff?
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe to the CAO, I'm not sure. Is there any possibility that we would be able to sell online tickets prior to the weekend so that then the people could have their tickets to go in? There could be no queuing. They would have paid, it's you pay in advance. The only time you would get something back would be if there was a rain date. And people were able to pass in. That way you could do your tickets for your local people. They could enter when they wanted. People coming from afar would know they had a spot. Once it was full, you'd pull them offline. I don't know, do we have that ability?
Mr. CAO?
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Kalaloff, I will let park staff answer the question maybe, but I'll start by telling you we did discuss it in the EOC, in the Emergency Control Group, as a way of a reopening plan, because we made reopening plans for all of our facilities. There were some barriers, including technological barriers, because not everyone has the technology or owns a credit card for online purchases and so on. And some of the other barriers are just what you identified yourself. If we sold tickets but the weather changed and the person didn't come because it rained, but they already had the ticket. And at the time, we weren't envisioning online sales only. We're envisioning a hybrid. And then the fear was that the beach would reach capacity, but somebody who already owned a ticket that purchased 24 hours before would show up after we reached capacity and say, but I bought my ticket, I should be able to get in. So I'm not sure if the director or the manager have anything to add.
Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The CAO is correct, and thank you, Mr. Louie, for providing that overview. I think he correctly pointed out that if it's a hybrid model between walk-on and drive-on and online sales, it presents a bit of a challenge for us. And I think probably moving entirely to an online ticket sales system may not be well received, but again, I'll leave that to council for direction.
Councillor Kalaloff?
So could we do an online just for out-of-town guests and people coming locally could purchase when they get there? Or I guess I'm just looking for a way that you could actually let people know. That way you would know ahead of time when the tickets are actually sold out. You would save a lot of people time coming here, waiting up, queuing, all of it. If we could figure out some kind of way to do this and to say people, if they want to come to the beach, they'll get somebody who can technologically find out how to get them the tickets, I think. But I don't know. I just look at the way things are done these days, and even with a rain date, it's just nothing more than a ticket refund, which would basically, there would be no income for a rain day anyway. It just seems like it could be something we might be able to work with to help it and to allow Port Colborne citizens that want to be there to be able to go there when they want, rather than having to go first thing in the morning, or the whole queuing up piece of it. I don't know. Anyway.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions to the presenters? Seeing none, staff, thank you very much. And it was a very good presentation. Council, some very good questions and debate on this. So we thank you. We do have one delegation this evening, Greg Poisson, owner of Canal Side Restaurant. His request is to change the hours of parking on West Street. He has a notation on page number 7 of your agenda this evening. Thank you. You're okay, Greg, you're on? You're up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me this evening, Joanna, and everybody else out there. I'm not sure if everybody's aware of why I'm here. The reason why I've asked to be on the agenda is to talk about parking on West Street. More the concern is if we would consider changing the parking, the time of parking on West Street to make everybody aware. Right now, especially between Clarence and Charlotte Street on West Street, there is 22 residents above all the stores there. Of those residents, 7 of them do not have on-street parking. That being said, we are having issues with some people parking all evening long and overnight. More or less, I think the problem is they come in at about 4 o'clock, 4:30, they park there, and they stay parked there all evening long. There's nothing that can be done from a standpoint of bylaw, because as of 4 o'clock, they have 2-hour parking. That leads them to 6 o'clock, and at 6 o'clock, they can park there indefinitely till the next day. It is creating a little bit of an issue, not just for my business, for the candy store as well, and also for all the other businesses that are open up in the evening hours on Clarence Street and farther down West Street as well. What we're looking at, I'd like to see is 9 o'clock time for the parking to be finished. So from, I think it's, if I'm correct, 8 a.m. till, right now it's 6, but 8 a.m. till 9. That would mean that if anybody else wanted to park there, I imagine after 7, they're going to start parking there. But then after 7, I think you're okay. You're through most of the dinner hours for my business and most of the other businesses by that point. It should help out. So at least when they're done work, they just come home at 5 o'clock. They just park out front. We do have some residents that do it continuously. And obviously, we've spoken to bylaw about it a few times, about them even during the daytime. And I'm not sure if they're being ticketed or what's going on, but obviously it's not being rectified at this point. So that's kind of what I'm asking for.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Passan. I'll go to staff. Mrs. Hanson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The parking on West Street has been somewhat of a challenge with the 2-hour parking and the limitations there. We have been by patrolling on a regular basis, especially because of the complaints that we are getting. And Mr. Passan is correct that we will go there at 4:30 to deal with the situation. But by the time 6 o'clock hits, the regulations have ceased to exist, so they can park there when they want. Bylaw has no objections to changing the time frame to try and resolve these issues so that patrons can park in that area.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of council? Councilor Bruno.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Passan. Craig, is this a seasonal problem or a year-round problem?
Through the mayor to Mr. Bruno, no doubt it is a bigger issue in the summertime. Obviously, parking is not much of an issue in the winter, but it is still an issue on Friday and Saturday, any given time of the year.
Councilor Bruno?
Just another question. I hadn't noticed it, but it seems to me that if 7 people don't have a parking spot, they also don't have a parking spot in the winter. Yet I haven't noticed winter control and cleaning out of those spaces to be a great problem. I think it used to be, and then I seen that it went away with the 2-hour limit. So through you to, has there been a winter problem then with snow removal, i.e. somebody comes home at 4 or 6 at night and leaves for work the next morning and you can't get in there and clean out the parking stalls?
Councilor Bruno, we lost you there. Can you please repeat that question and what staff member you want to ask?
Sure. It was through Sherry and or Steve. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. My concern was I hadn't noticed in the winter that there was a problem seeing a lot of snow piled up there in the parking stalls on that block on West. And one would assume that the same people live there winter and summer and still don't have a parking spot in the winter. Yet I'm wondering if winter control has noticed that that's been a problem with overnight parking there and clearing the stalls.
Thank you, Councillor. Mrs. Hanson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Councillor Bruno. We have the ticket tag and tow system in the wintertime. We had problems there with regards to people parking and having to plow around them, but since then we have ticketed them $75 and towed their vehicle. That hasn't been a problem since then. So we've resolved that through enforcement and resolving that issue so that the Public Works can go and clear out the parking stalls without any problems.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. I'll wait for some other councillors to weigh in, but it seems to me this is not a problem in the winter. Still 7 parking spots short. A problem for the most part in the summer. I could see extending the hours or particularly maybe to try out the seasonal aspect, and it can always be amended, but that's just a statement for now. I'd like to hear what other councillors have to say.
Councillor Bodnar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Greg. Greg, I just see in your written submission, you had said you wanted it till 10 p.m. and then from 8 to 10. Now you were saying from 7 to 9. I just didn't want to mess you up if we come around to voting for it. And can you tell us what you think it would be best?
Greg?
Yes, to you, to Mr. Barno, you are correct. It was 10 o'clock. I forgot about that. I mean, I was just trying to be lenient as much as possible because I do know some people do park there in the evening after hours, which I'm okay with that. That is not the issue. The issue is through the dinner hour. So obviously 10 o'clock making 8 o'clock, this drop-off point would be the best situation for all restaurants and retails in that area.
Okay, fine. Thank
Councillor
you.
Bonner, you're set. Any further questions? I've got Councillor Danch, then Councillor Bagu.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. Greg, how many of your guests park on West Street when they're in your apartments there or your motel rooms? How many would you have?
I have, or to the mayor, through to Mr. Danch, I have 7 hotel suites and I have 12 parking spots in the back. They are all asked to park in the back. So most of the times I'm not at night. Sometimes if they do come in later at night after 8 or 9, I say to them, you're more than welcome to stay parked up front if you like, but we do have parking in the back for all of them. But if they come in anytime during the day, I direct them right from the beginning to go to the back to make sure parking is left for customers only. I mean, customers as in day customers, not hotel customers.
Councillor Danch?
And this one's going to hurt, but I want them to rip up Main Street and put the 5 parking spots back in front of my store that they took away. So parking is always an issue. I think I had 4 tractor trailers in my parking lot today, and I got through it. And I love your steak sandwiches, Greg, but I mean, as far as changing the parking to accommodate a business, that's difficult. Signage in that area just saying between 6 and 9, we don't want you here. People don't read signs. People just pull up, park, and leave. No doubt an ongoing problem. Not going to blame anything that's going on right now, but I personally can't support it. I mean, yeah, I've gone to your own restaurant and I've had to park around the corner to go in there and eat. That's the way it is. If I want to go there and eat, that's what I got to do. And I won't support it. Thank you so much.
Councillor Bagu?
Hey, comment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To you, to Sherry, just a few questions, Sherry. Has there been a problem with business owners parking on West Street?
Mrs. Hanson?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bagu. Store owners, property business owners tend to park on the street once parking in the market square or surrounding areas has filled up. And so, yes, they do park in front of the store and on the street.
Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. And one more question. I noticed a few cars that I've seen parked there sometimes. I see them at a different location business on private property parking. So I imagine there has been some arrangements for some apartment dwellers to have parking somewhere else already. If Sherry can verify that.
Mrs. Hanson?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bagu, parking on street, there's no permit parking for West Street, so any individual that parks on the street has to abide by the 2-hour parking. So if you have an apartment or residential parking in that area, you would have to make other arrangements to park off street so that you will comply with the 2-hour parking.
Councillor?
Thank you. One last question to Sherry, Mr. Mayor. Enforcement, would there be a problem with enforcement after these late hours?
Ms. Hanson?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bagu, with May to October summer schedule bylaws scheduled 7 days a week and into the later hours. During the off-season, it would be dependent on the number of complaints we would have in that area, and a shift change would be required. But on a regular basis, we would not have staff working at 8, 9, or 10 o'clock at night, no.
Councillor?
Right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Desmarais, then Councillor Beauregard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Poisson. Greg, have you made any attempt to visit the other businesses in that block and get them all to let you know that they want this?
I have spoken to a few businesses regarding parking itself. I have not spoken to the business regarding moving the 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock. Most of the businesses are not. The retail businesses are closed except for the candy store. Like I said, myself, Walter's Restaurant, Amigos, Lockwood Pizza. So it's not just for my business, to clarify. It is for other businesses as well.
Okay, but I would have a better level of comfort with this if this request was coming from all of those businesses. Because as Frank says, to do this for one business, it doesn't look good. It's just not a good practice for council to make. Maybe we could survey the other businesses and ask them, is this something they need and want? And if they're in agreement, then why not go ahead and do it?
I understand that. That being said, I think we need to talk to the businesses that it does affect, because not every business is 9 to 5, as you guys are aware, such as my business and other restaurants in the area. So, I mean, if need be, I would talk to them about it, but I don't think I'm asking a whole lot for a couple more hours of parking enforcement. If need be, at least the ability to do it for the people that continuously break the rule. And these same people that are going to have the issue with it are the same people that do it day in, day out, all day long. And you can attest to Mrs. Sherry Hanson how many calls she's got from myself regarding certain vehicles that are parked there religiously day in, day out.
Okay, Councillor?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Beauregard?
That's through your worship to Mr. Poisson. Greg, in the written submission that you provide us, it says that you would also like to put parking meters back. Is that still a request before us today?
That's something that obviously I think needs a lot of further discussion with it. I just think that we're getting to the point where parking meters are going to be talked about, because at this point, they were the same people day in, day out, the same businesses day in, day out park in front of those stores. Now, whether they're being ticketed or not, I don't know. I'm not privy to that information, but it has got worse and worse as the years gone on. And once we have this condo built, it's going to be even a bigger issue in our community. And if we can't control it through enforcement on the 2-hour parking, then obviously parking meters are an issue that's going to have to be addressed. That's not the issue that I'm dealing with at this moment, but I did put that in the submission. That is an issue that we need to be looking at. Okay. I don't like parking meters, first of all, but if people can't follow the rules or it can't be enforced, then obviously we need to find other ways of dealing with it.
Councillor Beauregard?
Okay. Yeah, parking meters, in my opinion, take away from the scenic view of that area. So I would kind of feel against that. But my question really is, and maybe other councillors will feel the same, is maybe we can put this to Sherry, to staff, to bring a report forward to us in the future, and that'll give time to other business owners to give us their opinion on the matter at a future date. So I'd ask that maybe we give direction to staff to do that.
So I'm going to take that as a motion. Councillor Beauregard, if you want to move that, can I get a seconder?
Yes.
Councillor Demery will second that we pass this along to bylaws to come back with a report. Can I ask, Councillor, if you include the downtown BIA in this?
For sure.
Okay, thank you.
And can we get this back by the next meeting? Sherry, is that possible?
No. It'll
Okay.
be
Then a month or so?
I'm not available, so by September, yes.
Oh, you're not here in August.
Most of August, I'm not here, yes.
So our bylaws director is not here in August, Councillor, so it'll be the September meeting.
Okay.
All right, so people are aware. Any questions to that? So the motion is that we, staff will report back on the parking on West Street with regards to times, include the BIA in that, and then come back to us in September. I have Councillor Bodnar, then Councillor Clayliff.
So Sherry's not here, she's on vacation. Do we just shut down the bylaw department, or isn't there an assistant or a backup or someone else to coordinate this?
Okay, Mrs. Hanson, answer that question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through Councillor Bodnar. The enforcement officers I have are actually doing enforcement, dealing with all the complaints that are coming in, plus the beach parking. There could be some preliminary work done prior to. I'm just saying that I would not be in attendance until the very last meeting in August, first meeting in September. So the work will get done in between that. It's just a matter of being able to present it and have it ready for council.
Councillor Bodnar?
Okay, I'll wait to hear from other councillors. I don't see this as a big report or anything. I think it's just contacting people and getting their thoughts on it. Anyways, maybe another councillor has an idea. I just hate to see it go on that long if we're going to do something, which we may or may not do, but at least, summer's over by that time. So,
Councillor Clayliff?
Thanks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that was my thought too. As Councillor Bodnar says, summer's over. I think we need to kind of deal with this a little sooner than later. Can we do anything on a temporary basis or a trial basis and take the time then to let Sherry look into it to see what's what and make a determination if it's something that would happen just through summertime months and go back the other way during winter? Maybe we have time then for a larger report or longer report.
Okay.
Sherry?
Mrs. Hanson?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I will reschedule things and I will have a report back to council on the last week in August, the last council meeting in August.
Okay, Councillor Bodnar? The second meeting in August.
Okay for now.
Okay. I had Councillor Bruno, then Councillor Demeray.
Thank you, Worship. Just prior to that, when you mentioned for West Street, I'm concerned that what's been brought forward is 22 residents, 7 parking spots short. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I was hearing that this was a report about West Street. If there's two-sided parking and not a problem on the rest of West, would we not be better off dealing with this in the area where there is a problem, just like when we do a handicap spot or, the 15-minute parking, we zone in on the problem block or the problem side of the street. I'm not so sure do we need to be talking about all of West? And I'll throw that over to Sherry.
Mrs. Hanson?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruno, the request and the review of the area is the angled parking on West Street between Clarence and Charlotte, and that's the area that would be affected, and that's the area that we would look at rechanging or changing the view of the parking structure as well as the time frame. If council would like a review of the whole downtown parking, that will take a longer time.
No, and I wasn't, I was thinking that it was that area of West, but I'm sorry, when I picked up on the mayor's comment about West Street, I thought he was broadening it, or perhaps I misunderstood that. But I'm fine with that same block.
Okay. Okay, I had Councillor Demery and then Councillor Beauregard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just through you to the rest of the council, I had thought Councillor Beauregard's referral for report was simply just to get a poll, just to poll the businesses and see who wants parking, who thinks there is an issue and would like it to be changed. I didn't realize that it was going to be an in-depth report. I don't think it really, I don't know, maybe Councillor Beauregard can speak to that, but just a poll of the businesses is all we need to do so that, you know, it's very clear that we're doing it for all, not just one, that's all.
Councillor Beauregard, do you want to clarify that?
Yeah, through your worship. It was just to have some sort of written report that would address the concerns that are before us today, that Greg brought today, as well as that he wrote to us. So if staff can just provide a comment, written comment, and also to, yes, get the opinions from the BIA in that area and provide time for other residents or anyone to really provide comments on this. Because if we pass something right now, there's really no time for, or really much notice to any residents to bring this forward to us. We would just hear about it afterwards. So I would like to, that's why I would like it to be only a couple weeks, but unfortunately because of Sherry's schedule, it has to be moved a little bit later. But I want to ask the question to to Greg, would late August be okay for him? Is that a responsible? Is that a good time frame?
Greg?
I am fine with that. My whole point here is I'm looking to the future. I'm looking to next year, the year after, in the future, and I'm just seeing the issue becoming a bigger and bigger issue. I know you guys talk about talking to all of the businesses. I'll be honest, 3/4 of the businesses are not open after 5 o'clock, period. So I don't know if what they have to, obviously we can ask them, but I don't think it matters to any of them in terms of, it doesn't affect them one bit, but it does affect my business. It affects my kitchen store. It affects the candy store. It affects Walter's. It affects the restaurants on Clarence as well.
Mrs. Hanson, how many spaces between Clarence and Charlotte on the angle parking, approximately?
18.
Okay. And Mr. Passant, were you talking about, because you did mention Walters, and they have the similar parking that is in front of your business as well as most of the businesses on that portion of West Street. Do you know if there's an issue with those angled parking as well?
There's an issue with not just there, everywhere on weekends. It doesn't matter where you are in downtown Port Colborne on a weekend. Everybody knows there's a lot of restaurants in that area, and there's people that are going to break law that are parking on West Street to go there, that are parking a block away from us on West Street, and vice versa. There's people that are parking at City Hall and are coming to my restaurant. I mean, parking is a premium for people, and we just ask that that residents don't park there for 10 hours or 12 hours out of the day.
Okay. So we have a mover, Councillor Beauregard. We have a seconder. I've got questions again then. Councillor Clayliff and Councillor Bruno.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I should say I've talked to Greg several times about this issue. I have had calls from a couple of the residents upstairs. I had a call from one who'd actually received a ticket who didn't feel they should have gotten it. We talked about it. They were there outside of the hours and they had been ticketed by bylaw. I tried to explain to them the reasoning for the hours, the time, how difficult it was with all of it. We talked a little bit about parking places. I made suggestions that they might be able to talk to certain people to try to find spots where they would be able to park. A lot of it is they like to be able to park out front. Wintertime, like you said, is not as much of a problem. They like to be able to go in their front doors and go up to their apartments. And, you know, it poses a problem. I understand the concerns. I know that sometimes they have groceries, all these different things. You know, we talked about the fact, I live in that area and I know the parking's at a premium. But they do know, they say they're aware of the parking, you know, the times and everything. They said to me that they were surprised they got a ticket because they said no one's ever enforced it. And I said, well, I think it will be enforced because I think it's going to need to be because of all of these parking issues that we have downtown. So I said, I think you can see this in the future. And I made suggestions to them that they talk to different people in the area. I think some of them have made some arrangements to do some parking over at the other side of West Street, the other side of Clarence. They've made arrangements with some of the building owners. So I did make that suggestion to them as well. But like you said, I'm sure you're going to have comments coming forward from them as well if we do change the times on this. So I understand Greg's concern. I see the cars. I know the ones he's talking about. I know that they're there lots of times when they, you know, they're not supposed to be. And it's difficult too because everybody knows who bylaw is. When they come out here, it's like everybody, you know, they get on the phones and they let people know that they're coming to ticket, and all of a sudden all the cars move for an hour and they come back a bit later. It's a very, very difficult situation for bylaw to police, and you know, I'm not sure if the answer, like you said, parking is such a premium.
Okay, Councillor, thank you. Councillor Bruno?
Just if I could get a reminder through you to Sherry, what is the summer hours of bylaw?
Mrs. Hanson.
Staff.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruno, I don't provide the actual hours to the public when bylaw is working, but we do work during daylight hours from sunrise to sunset.
I'm sorry, I thought you had earlier said May to October was extended shift for bylaw into the evening. That's fine for now, thank you.
It is, Councillor.
Well, I guess what I'm concerned about is if this is predominantly a seasonal problem and it's 2-hour parking there and bylaw is already working during the summer, why isn't the issue then being, or could it not be, if it's complaint driven within the hours of the current bylaw officers downtown May to October?
Mrs. Hanson?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruno, bylaw enforcement attends West Street on a regular basis due to the complaints of 2-hour parking, and we ticket when violations are present. However, with the carjacking and moving of vehicles, sometimes that is difficult, but we are there 7 days a week dealing with the issue.
Councillor?
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Everybody understands the motion that's on the table? All those in favor? Favor? All those opposed? I have one opposed, it's carried. Thank you, Mr. Poisson.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening, everybody.
Okay. Now we're moving on to consideration of items requiring separate discussion. We'll begin with item number 1, Planning and Development Department Report 2020-94, subject request for extension of draft plan of subdivision approval, file number D12-H58, Rosedale Plan of Subdivision. Mover is Councillor Danch, seconder is Councillor Bruno. Questions? Councillor Danch.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I spoke with Ralph, and we all know what's going on up there. And the 1-year extension is probably a small request. I mean, he's been waiting for the fellow to the that's associated with this expansion to happen. Apparently, everything's good to go, and Upper Canada has been given the green light to move forward with this. I think we need to cut them a break here and give them the 1-year extension and say, like, let's get it on. I mean, the one report they wanted, or can't think of the word right now, but it was hundreds of thousands of dollars to get things going. I mean, the investment here is huge. I'm in favor of trying to help the guy out, like, one more time. It's like, like, quit banging on their door and asking for another one. Like, let's get it on here. So I hope we can fill this request and give Ralph that one more year that he needs, and Upper Canada gets off their whatever, and we get this going. I just hope it goes that way. That's my only thing to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We do have Craig Rowe from Upper Canada here, so if there is any questions to the applicant, Mr. Rowe is here to answer those. Seconder was Councillor Bruno. You're up.
Thank you, Worship. When I read the report, I was struck by a couple things. And if you read into the detail of it, it speaks to the fact that there are now, and I'm just going to try and find my notes here, there are a couple of negotiations that has to happen, either a road through Meadow Heights, and that would require a negotiation with that ownership group, as well as the issue to Highway 58. The Highway 58 issue, certainly with traffic studies, et cetera, would be extensive and costly. The report also speaks to reassessing all the issues that need to be fulfilled. And my concern is that if you look at either a road study or you look at that other negotiation and a list which actually hasn't been provided to the developer, I mean, 1 year doesn't seem to be practical. I mean, if this report has come at the last meeting before the renewal, and if you look at the list of things that need to be done, I mean, I think you can have a 2-year, give the developer the list now, and then at least be speaking to him in a year and say, where are you at? Because I don't know how, it won't even be a full year until he gets the list or extends a contract to a traffic study. There's no way I think there's a developer that could do all that's being asked here and 2 negotiations inside of a year. Certainly not inside of a year if you don't have the list of things you got to do. And to me, that part is problematic. I think if you're able to give the developer the list of things to do and know that they've got to be done in 2 years, but imagine if you're the developer and you start this process, and yes, it's easy to say if he or she is substantially completed. Well, I'm not so sure I want to spend $300,000 or $400,000 on that kind of a traffic study and get in the middle of doing all the other things. And this does not speak to, it's a zero-sum game. If you don't do it all, you potentially could be out. To me, there's no parameters, and you need to have 80% done and see that you're working. I'm not suggesting that, staff, the planning department, the planner, and council wouldn't look favorably about this, but it's kind of loosey-goosey in terms of what can you really count on? Like, what's showing a great effort? Is it 80% of the list, but 10% of the list is, a mammoth undertaking? I'd like to see it be, at 2 years. I mean, I mean, we're talking about some things that I understand haven't been potentially mentioned before. But perhaps with the benefit, Mr. Mayor, of Upper Canada speaking to that, I'm wondering if they could address whether they know everything on a list that's going to be asked to be completed inside a year. I'd like to hear from them in terms of what the extent, price tag, and the ability for any developer to do all of that in a year without potentially being hung out if council or the planning department said no matter how far along they were. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Rowe, can you provide comment on Councillor Bruno's questions?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor, and nice to see members of council tonight. Yeah, certainly I would concur with Councillor Bruno's analysis. It certainly is a tall order, and when we appeared before you last year, we were asking for 2 years because it takes a significant amount of time and there's large undertakings that need to take place. Notwithstanding COVID, in March was when we were supposed to have that meeting with Mr. Rekahana and with Ralph to sort things out and talk about coordinating this. But with that 1 year, about 3 months out, we got to think of when council reporting begins, and we're already putting our request for extension in. This year we did it in June when we were back in the office. So we get 1 year extensions, but we effectively need to stop after 9 months when we could have been working and getting the traffic studies underway. Now, some of the commentary that was provided on the draft extension, and I'd like to single out Niagara Region's comments about us having to demonstrate that we're in a position to register this draft plan of subdivision next year. We have sanitary sewers and a stormwater management plan that the province needs to approve. Their turnaround times on the best day without a crisis going on is 6 to 8 months. It's absolutely impossible to satisfy all those conditions. We do need to undertake the traffic study, and that to us is the most paramount issue right now. Because if the MTO does choose to change their position, say you cannot have an access on Highway 58, we have to redline the plan and bring it back to council for consideration. It may impact the lot fabric, it may impact the servicing design, and it may impact efficiencies with adjacent development. So the traffic study is really going to inform how this plays out, and then will allow us to move into detailed engineering design. We're of the opinion that the 2 year extension provides that flexibility to us to work and continue to report in with Dan and the planning staff and with council as well. I know that we provided the letter back in February, so we're not opposed to providing those updates to council. But certainly we need the flexibility to be able to move and undertake these studies so we know exactly what we're dealing with, and so we can also coordinate with Meadow Heights Phase 2. You're likely going to be seeing a subdivision amendment coming from them. I believe that's to complete the road for Phase 1 of Meadow Heights and finally get everything rolling in this area. In terms of financials, not being finite, but we're talking about $500,000 worth of studies and engineering works, approvals and fees and everything like that. And to expect a developer to go and kind of take a leap of faith and hope that he doesn't have that draft plan approval pulled out from under him, or a review agency come in and start slapping on different designations or changing what the requirements are, it puts them in a really tough place, and it can, essentially end in financial ruin. We're seeing positive trends in the market, and certainly with the growth that's about to occur in Dane City, we feel that these lands are poised to probably capitalize on top of that. It's certainly a plan with draft plan approval is much better than starting from square one. The policies and the game has changed, and it takes a very long time and a lot of money to even bring it to the state that we're at right now. So our position with our client is that, we've heard council and we do need to move on this. And it's unfortunate the way that the spring played out this year, because we could have been underway. But we do have a meeting booked with Mr. Rotella on Wednesday, and pending a favorable recommendation from council this evening. We're ready to go and start basically hiring our traffic consultant and getting to work. The MTO has very strict guidelines on what we need to do, and we'll be taking our leads from them about who we can actually use. But there's certainly more cost to that than just a simple traffic study for small infill development. If there's anything else I can answer for Councillor Bruno, I'd be happy to do it.
Okay, other councillors who has questions? Anybody else with any questions? Councillor Desmarais.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I would like to have some understanding of what, if any, work actually was done in this past year. I'm really reluctant to give a 2 year extension definitely. Even a 1-year extension, because, I mean, this has gone on for so long. And the conversations that we're having tonight, the comments that I'm hearing, with the exception of market trends, I heard in 2015, I heard them in 2017, I've heard them in 2019. So that makes me very nervous about going forward with this. But at the same time, I think those market trends do have a bearing here. So I'm willing to listen, but I would like to have some kind of guarantee that at the very least, a traffic study would be done, completed by this time next year. If that were done, I'd have some confidence in that. And if that weren't done at that time, I would not be entertaining it again. But I would just like to know what work has been done in this past year.
Mr. Rowe?
I understand COVID's in effect, but...
Mr. Rowe?
Through the mayor to Councillor Desmarais. So a lot of the work took place between Mr. Kahana and Mr. Rotella. They're working together to coordinate how Meadow Heights Phase 2 would go and how that engineering would work with us. We did understand that the transportation study was really going to drive everything in terms of any changes that may have been needed. So we had to reach out to MTO through our engineers, and we were given the protocol that was required to undertake this study. We were bringing Mr. Rotella and Mr. Kahana to the table in March, when unfortunately everything was shut down. At that point, we were ready to basically work the deal with them and retain the traffic consultant. It was our hope that if the study is completed in a couple of months, we had the ability to bring that update to council, to bring it to Dan in the planning department and say, we got our findings, here's what we need to do. But we haven't had the benefit of doing that, and just with the need for the extension looming, Mr. Rotella, of course, didn't undertake or execute that contract based out of uncertainty. He would still be on the hook for the financial cost of that. So we think it's appropriate that we did wait to hear what council's pleasure was on this matter. But it's been a lot of dialogue. But Mr. Rotella, from what he's told to me, is he's absolutely ready to go on this. He just wanted to have the certainty that he did have the window. But again, that's why we did ask for 2 years, because to get this study done and to move around with our engineering and then to bring the red line perhaps forward to you to say, here's the lotting pattern and this is how it all works with Meadow Heights. I think that'd be a great package to demonstrate at the 1 year mark about what we're doing. But on the same time, Mr. Rotella needs the certainty that council won't say that's not good enough, and then he spent all of the money and then the lands go fallow and you're back to square one. It's a disadvantage for him, but also from a development standpoint, there's a disadvantage to the municipality.
Okay, so if a 2 year extension was granted, could this council be assured that at the very least the traffic study would be completed?
Mr. Rowe?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, absolutely.
Okay,
Councillor
thank
Desmarais?
you. That's all I needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Desmarais. Any other councillors have a question? Councillor Bagu?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I'd like to ask Mr. Aquilina a question, if you don't mind.
Yep, go ahead.
If he's there.
Yes, he's here.
Mr. Aquilina, how long has this been in the process with the city of Park Colborne, this whole subdivision?
Mr. Aquilina?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bagu. This got draft plan approval by the region of Niagara. They were the approval authority, and that was 32 years ago. The city took over ownership of the file in 2007.
Okay, thank you. My next question, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Aquilina, have you received anything new from last year from this development?
Mr. Aquilina?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bagu. I've only received the same correspondence that council has received and some discussions with Upper Canada consultants. And if I can inform council that in 2018, a 2 year extension was granted. Staff at that time only recommended 1 year. Council said, no, we're going to give 2 years. And that's what brings us to this date this evening. It's going to expire in August of this year if it's not given an extension.
Councillor Bagu?
Thank you, Mr. Aquilina. Just a comment, Mr. Mayor. This came last year, I remember it, and there was a lot of promises being made. All that was set up was one meeting, which didn't happen. I question the sincerity of the applicant in going forward. I voted against it last year, and I'm definitely prepared to vote against it again this year. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bagu. Any further questions before I go back to speakers that have already been there? Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a question to Dan Aquilina. Dan, how many of the 46 conditions remain outstanding that were identified in the report?
Mr. Aquilina?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Wells, all of the conditions remain outstanding.
Okay. One other question to Dan again. Dan, there was a requirement or a statement that the expectations should be identified going forward. Have we identified or have you come up with what expectations you would expect to see if we grant this one-year extension?
Mr. Aquilina?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Wells, the expectations are laid out in the draft plan conditions. They are written right in the bylaw, and that is information that has been shared with Upper Canada and Mr. Rotella. So I would think that the onus would be on Upper Canada to inform the region, in this particular case, what is going to be submitted as part of the draft plan conditions. I feel that it should be something that Upper Canada replies back to the region and ultimately through council as to what their plan is to satisfy the conditions that remain outstanding.
Councillor Wells?
Thank you. That answers my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Wells. Any other councillors that haven't spoken? Councillor Bruno?
Thank you, Worship. Perhaps you could clarify this through you to Mr. Aquilina. Your previous statement was about the last 2-year extension. Yet Councillor Bagu correctly said he remembered dealing with it last year. So is it not correct that the extension was for 1 year?
Mr. Aquilina?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruno, it was in 2018 when council granted a 2-year extension. There was no extension approval last year. It was in 2018.
So if we dealt with it, has it not just been a 1-year extension? And I remember, as Councillor Bagu did, dealing with it last year. It's now up for discussion tonight. So is it not just a 1-year extension?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruno, council granted a 2-year extension back in 2018. 2-year extension.
Right. And the last extension was in 2020, correct?
Through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruno, no, that's not correct.
You're in 2020. We're in 2020, Councillor.
Yes.
So
well,
Mr. Aquilina was stating that.
I thought, like Mark, that it was a 1-year extension that we granted last year. Is that not correct?
Just a second, Mr. CAO.
Through your worship to the mayor, well, through your worship, I don't know who to, Dan or everyone, a little bit. From page 10 of the council agenda today, on halfway through the August 12th paragraph, on June 26, 2017, council again extended the lapsing date to August 12th, 2019.
Right.
Finally, a 1-year extension was granted in 2019 to set the current lapsing date to August 12th, 2020.
Thank you. That's what I thought it was 1 year. Back through you to Mr. Aquilina. You had just stated to Councillor Bagu about those expectations, and it's there, but under other options, item 4B2, it says if council chooses to further extend beyond 1 year, it may be prudent to put the applicant on notice on what the expectations are. So that tells me that possible option, to me, doesn't coincide with the expectations are already there. Like that wouldn't be an option if they're already there. And in the report earlier on, it talks about, providing this list to the applicant. So maybe before I get Mr. Aquilina's address, if I could ask the consultant, do you have this completed list, or am I misreading the report?
Mr. Rowe?
Through the mayor to Councillor Bruno, yes, we do have the copy of the draft plan conditions, and as noted by staff, some of those conditions, they're intrinsically tied to things like servicing design. So I know there was some discussion about have they cleared any conditions. Conditions are cleared as full comprehensive packages. We submit all documentation to the local municipality, and then they send it out to all the review agencies to obtain respective clearances. So naturally, we do not have full clearances on those items as it stands right now. We do understand what's required of us. However, it's those outstanding items, namely the transportation impact study, which it may affect the draft plan and the lotting layout, as well as a servicing variable with Niagara Region. But in order to have that discussion with Niagara Region, we need to know that what's going on with that access. If it changes our lotting pattern, we can work with them to see if things need to change, if they have different requirements for the location of that sewer main. We know what we need to do, but all things are tied together. They're not necessarily independent items that we can simply check off.
Thank you for that. Dan, I don't know if you wanted to still comment, but I understand that clearer now. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Aquilina, anything to add?
Yep, Mr. Mayor, if I could, and I thank CEO Louis for pointing that out. The report did talk about when the lapsing dates were set and extended, and I think because of the fact that when you look at the history of this file, we've had a lot of lapsing dates, and yes, it was extended to 2020 last year. In 2017, it was extended for 2 years, which brought it to 2019, and then council, and Mr. Bagu is correct, extended it for 1 year.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Any other councillors have any comments or questions to either staff or Mr. Rowe? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to call the question.
Oops.
Sorry. Oh, Councillor Bruno?
Sorry, if you could just clarify. So this report calls for a 1-year extension, and Councillor Danch asked for a 2-year extension. I just wanted to make sure it was clarified before the vote. Is that correct, Mr. Mayor?
You're going to have to make an amendment, Councillor. You have to amend the motion as presented. So if you want if you want 2 years, if you want to move an amendment, you can amend it to 2 years, and I need a seconder on that.
I would amend it to 2 years.
Okay, so I have Councillor Bruno amending the motion to 2 years. Do I have a seconder on that? I have Councillor Danch is seconding that. Any questions to the amendment? Seeing none. All in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. All opposed? That is carried. I will now move to the motion as amended. So it's the same motion except it's 2 years now. Any further questions or comments to either Mr. Rowe or Mr. Aquilina? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed? And that's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rowe.
Thank you for your time.
Item number 2, Planning and Development Department Report 2020-93, Subject Joint Agency Review Team, Memorandum of Understanding, Port Colborne Quarries Proposed Pit 3 Expansion. I have a mover, Councillor Bagu, seconder, Councillor Bodner. I'll go on to the movers and seconders first. Councillor Bagu.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to come back to this for me, if you don't mind, please.
Certainly, Councillor Bodner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just before we start, I wonder whether we could get, I think we've all had a lot of emails on this, and I think all but one that I got of the 15 or 18 or 20, I've just lost count, most people thought we controlled a lot more than we do. I wonder if we could get the CAO to actually tell us, what does the city control as we go forward? I know it's slightly off the topic of this, but not so far that I don't think we should ask these questions. So I just wonder, as we go forward, what does the city actually control in this? If the CAO can give us that information, or Mr. Aguilera, whoever could do that.
Thank you, Councillor Bodnar. I'll go through to the CAO.
Sure.
CAO.
Through your worship to Councillor Bodnar and the rest of council, I will defer to Dan's, I will let Dan follow me up, but I do have some information about what's going on before council, and I want to make sure council understands what's before council. This isn't a request from an applicant. This isn't a request from an outside body. This is no kind of an approval of any application. This is a plan being submitted by our staff that's been agreed upon by the Conservation Authority, and the region. And there is a regional planner on this call right now who can provide further information of how a future expected application will be handled. So this is an action plan for staff to process an application. So it is expected that the local business, Port Colborne Quarries, will be applying for a mineral aggregate license. May or may not be an expansion of an existing license or a brand new license, I'm not sure. That application is going to be to the province under the Aggregate Resources Act. It's going to be processed by the province, and we expect that in order for the city, for the applicant to be successful, that they will have to have a regional official plan amendment, a city official plan amendment, and a city zoning bylaw amendment, so that the property has the permitted land uses to qualify for the provincial application. The city, to the best of my knowledge, and the planners on the phone can correct me, doesn't comment on the aggregate resources application other than through the planning uses, or the permitted uses under planning that apply to the property that's the subject of the application. So we will not, as a city, council or staff, be choosing, I guess, permitting or allowing the license to extract materials to be approved. That is a provincial discussion. We will be looking at the land use, the permitted land uses, and the suggestion before council today is that there's a joint review team that includes the three bodies to look at the land uses through official plan and zoning bylaw amendments. And like I said, there's a regional planner and a city planner on the call if they want to speak to that further.
Yeah. So, council, we have Eric Och, who everybody knows his brother very well because he worked for us. So Eric is on the line, and also Dan. So I'm going to go to Dan first, and then I'll go to Eric. So Dan, do you want any further comment?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I could just add on, the other application that council will be considering would be a site plan control application that would deal with the extraction of the property and deal with things that talk about berming, separation distances, access to the quarry site as well. So that's just another layer of approval that is required from the city of Port Colborne. Mr. Lee is correct. The province, the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry issue the license to extract on the property. City Council does not have control of that, but I know that the ministry will want to ensure that the planning approvals are in place prior to them releasing or giving the license to Port Colborne Quarries.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Eric, you want to add anything? And welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you. No, I think it's been accurately captured. This is an administrative working group meant to provide assistance to the three groups that are participating in it, that being the Niagara Region, the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, and the City of Port Colborne. It's mostly the staff members helping each other go through the process, ensure that the application, when it's received, is a complete application and that it contains the technical studies and the materials that are needed to make a decision. This group will coordinate public consultation and make sure that those sessions are as coordinated as they can be. There's going to be a number of statutory public meetings, as well as we would expect public information centers through the Aggregate Resources Act license application that will be occurring at the same time. So it's really, how do we best collaborate on this to the benefit of ourselves, to the benefit of the citizens in Niagara, and to the benefit of the applicant to streamline this process as efficiently as possible. So this JART group, the Joint Agency Review Team, it does not provide a recommendation. It does not make a decision on the application. The decision with respect to the City of Port Colborne Local Official Plan Amendment, that there will be a zoning decision made by your council. There will be a statutory public meeting and a report from Dan with respect to your local official plan amendment. So there's opportunity for you, the council, to make decisions on this application. That's not the function of the Joint Agency Review Team. So I'm happy to answer any other questions about the function of the group. But I did note there was some commentary earlier this evening from Councillor Butters and discussion about questions, having the JART group answer questions. It's not the purpose of the group to sort of do a question and answer piece. That would be done through the consultation sessions that we will help to coordinate.
Okay. I have Councillor Bodnar, Councillor Demery, Councillor Bruno.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a few more questions, if you'll indulge me. So, Councillor Butters alluded to the fact that she conferred with the planner at the region. Eric, I don't know whether it was you. I think it might have been another planner, that the wording, either an expansion versus a new license, were treated as the same. There was nothing that queued up anybody better in one or the other wording if the quarry is looking for an expansion or a new license. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Aquilina, I know you had a call into the province asking that same question. Can you confirm what the province said? Is there a difference between the wording expansion or new license?
Mr. Aquilina?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Bonner, that is correct. I talked to the aggregate specialist. That's part of the aggregate operations section of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, and that is correct. There is no difference between whether it's considered to be a new quarry or an expansion of an existing quarry. The same requirements on that license would be the same. There is no difference.
Okay, thank you, because a lot of the emails alluded to the fact that people were concerned that the quarry was trying to use an easier way to get in by saying it's an expansion versus a new license. So we now know that whatever wording is in there makes no difference as far as what they have to go through. And also, before we're done here with this, I would like to put a motion forward that one member of the public be appointed to the JART committee with no voting, just as an observer of this, and just to give it a little more public profile. That member certainly could, report back to, I would suspect, the Niagara Water Protection Alliance. And I will be bringing that forward, but I just wanted to throw that out as as something that I will be bringing forward, and I'll wait to hear from other councillors if they have any other options here. Thank you.
Councillor Demaray?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Councillor Bodner, you just took my thunder on the member of the public. Only I was asking for two, so just in case one couldn't be there. So very good on that one. But no, I would like to know a few things about this whole JART committee. Who actually will be the lead on the committee?
Dan?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Bodner, as Mr. Roch had alluded to, there's 3 agencies involved: Conservation Authority, the city, and the region. Now, Greg Norman, as part of the region, is kind of the lead on the project and on the JART. So I would say Mr. Norman is the lead.
Okay, good. Thank you. I did want to know that. And who from the city will be sitting on this committee?
Mr. Aquilino?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Demaray, it would be myself and Dave Schultz, the planner.
Okay, so both you and Dave, that's good. And yeah, the other concern I had and question I had about this was why no members of the public were automatically included on the committee. I think it's really important that does happen. And I'll still go with the 2, Councillor Bodner, because I just think in case one can't make a meeting, there is always the other one. Bringing information back out of these things is very, very important. Waiting for managed public sessions doesn't work. We needed to come out of the meetings as they exist. So that's all I have to say about that. But it would have gone much easier, certainly on my eyes and my emails today, had this report been written a little bit differently and some of these things been explained, because I don't know if any of the other councillors understood, but I certainly was. This was new territory to me. So a lot of these things I did not understand, that a license would still be required and that the language was really not different. So it would have been very helpful to have these reports written a little bit differently, more people friendly, and there are many people out there in the public that are reading these things and don't have the convenience of having a planner to go and ask. So maybe a little bit of a different slant in the future. But I do thank you, and that's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Eric, you had a comment?
Thank you. Yes, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, this is a professional technical working group. It's not a committee. There is no voting that happens. There was a comment earlier about having voting permissions. And this group functions as required in the Niagara Region official plan. It uses a terms of reference that is set out. And I guess the easiest way to say that it's been agreed to by Port Colborne through the Memorandum of Understanding for the planning function in Niagara. These professional groups, this technical advisory group, does not contemplate members of the public. There's certainly an opportunity, if Port Colborne wishes to start a committee and appoint members of the public to it to discuss the quarry application, that's something you could consider. But this is a group of professional staff from the 3 agencies involved. And that sort of framework for the function of this has already been set out, approved by Regional Council, and previously endorsed or agreed to by Port Colborne Council.
Just a clarification, Eric. That is for all planning issues that use this JART, and that goes back how far, that memorandum of understanding?
The memorandum of understanding is for the planning function in Niagara, and that covers a wide range of topics, from review periods to what the region comments on, to what approval authorities the municipalities have versus what approval authorities the region has. So it covers is a very diverse document. The JART process is specific to aggregate operations and aggregate operations only. And that's the piece to that is contained in the regional official plan. That goes back to 2013.
Okay. All right. I have Councillor Bruno next.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Mr. Aquilina. Dan, are there other examples of JART committees in Niagara?
Dan?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Bruno, there were two different JARTs that were used. The first one was the Upper Quarry in Niagara Falls and the proposed expansion of the Fawn Hill Pit in Pelham. So those are two examples of JARTs that have been used or are currently being used.
Councillor Bruno?
Thank you. Again, to you or to Eric, I'm just wondering, typically, not all quarries or pits being the same, those JARTs that are in place, or if they're still in place now, typically how long would they run? I'm just trying to get a sense of time for the process, and I know you can't be exacting, but could one of you speak to the scope and how long that takes generally?
Maybe Eric, do you want to answer that?
Certainly, through the mayor to Councillor Bruno. The JART process is assembled for the bulk of the work is done when the application is received. Technical studies are reviewed, peer reviews are conducted, and then a report from the JART committee is made to the three agencies that are the members of it. That's the primary function. That JART committee does stay assembled until a decision's made, and I would say, historically, these are at a minimum, a 4 to 7 year process by the time you go from a pre-consultation meeting to a decision to possibly appeals that need to be conducted. And really that Aggregate Resources Act piece hinges on local planning. The local planning approvals are a component of the Aggregate Resources Act. So that Aggregate Resources Act piece needs the local decision to be sorted out before it advances. So really, this is a multi-year group that's being put together.
Councillor Bruno?
Thank you. The other thing I was wondering about, Eric or Dan, is that there have been lots of questions coming through in this whole process about the existing pits and their rehabilitation or non-rehabilitation timelines. When the JART comes into effect and there is public input, I thought of this as a repository where all public input could get collated, recorded, and potentially form part of a list of things that need to be addressed. Is it fair to say that all of the public input that would come in, like what would be the determining factor if they are listed as points of concern and answered in the DART process? Is that a way that this evolves so that these either past or current questions can somehow be ensured that not only transparently, but that they are listed and addressed in one form or another? I know that's rather a long question, but one of you could take a stab at that.
Eric, I guess?
Through the mayor to Councillor Bruno, I think the easiest way for me to try to answer that is to say that the JART group, through the pre-consultation process and through the application process, is outlining technical study requirements for the applicant. And that's any number of studies that need to be conducted, and that's site-specific to the application. So what is required for one quarry application may be different for a separate quarry application depending on the landscape and depending on the environment. So that JART group exists to outline, review, and provide feedback to the participants, so again, the city, the NPCA, and the region on those technical studies. When it comes to feedback from members of the public, that's best done and best captured through the statutory meeting process or through the Public Information Center process. That's where, that's going to inform the decision or the recommendation that City of Port Colborne planning staff are going to bring to you for consideration. And that's going to be the opportunity where those members of the public can speak to you, to the council, when that application is being considered or when the statutory meeting is being held. The JART process is strictly related to sort of the technical study component of the application.
So just to clarify, there is a public consultation period that JART is present for?
Eric?
Through the mayor to the council, that there's going to be multiple statutory meetings that are required, as there's separate, at least 3 separate Planning Act applications that are occurring here. You've got a zoning bylaw amendment, a local official plan amendment, a regional official plan amendment, and I would expect we'll be having statutory meetings for those. The JART itself is not an entity that's present for things. It's a group of staff. It's Dan, it's myself, it's Sean Norman from the region, and it's David DeLuce from the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority that are working together to coordinate when those meetings are going to be, to share resources, to share feedback on technical studies. It's not, we're not the organizer of the statutory meeting. We're not necessarily we're not necessarily present to attend the meeting or to provide feedback.
So if I could, thank you, Mr. Mayor, last question on this. So if a constituent who has a concern comes to one of these statutory meetings, having concerns and questions, does the JART ever see that or make it part of its deliberations as they interface with technical reports? In other words, I guess what I'm trying to find out is because it's those 3 agencies there, which is a great sort of one window approach in getting everything equally on the table to all of your members, I'm just concerned as to who or how the public's concerns get at least into the deliberations that you guys do. Or are they just a result? Are they? Well, no, let me leave it at that. Do they ever see the light of day with the 3 groups involved in JART?
Eric?
Through the mayor to Councillor Bruno, yes. In our JART meetings that we have, there's a component of it where we're updating on what's occurred at each of our agencies. So what have we heard at the region? What has Dan heard at the City of Port Colborne? So there is that opportunity for that to be included in the process and in the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I had Councillor Bagu next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any questions right now, just a comment. A while back ago when this Carl Road thing was all starting with us, I remember looking at a map that was given to council, and its expansion was labeled as Pit 4. I understand Mr. Aquilina's explanation talking to aggregate specialists, but I will probably be for an amendment to get rid of the words anywhere Pit 3. Expansion of the quarry is fine. I I do gotta apologize. I just don't trust high-priced lawyers. By passing this, per se, it's a Pit 3 expansion. You get one of those fancy Toronto lawyers or whatever, and a judge, and I just don't trust the legal system. And this, okay, we're dotting our I's and crossing our T's. It's going to please a lot of people, including myself. So I just want to bring that forward, that I will be asking for that. I mean, I have no problem with the JART at all. I think it's a great idea. I have no problem with Councillor Bogner's suggestion or Councillor Demaray's suggestion, but just for clarity, let's just make it, let's dot our I's and cross our T's with the wording. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Through myself to Dan and Eric, is there a wording we can use with regards to the report? Because as has been stated, it's irrelevant whether it's an expansion or a new application, as Councillor Bodner brought up, that the rules are the same. So, Dan, is there a wording that we can take away the proposed Pit 3 expansion and put something in there that would actually pick up both?
Mr. Mayor, as I alluded to before, we can call this Pit 2055. It does not matter. It's going to be a new area that's going to be approved or considered for extraction. So I think the naming of the report or what the JART is going to accomplish, it's not that relevant, but if council has the wish to actually frame the JART process tied to a specific wording, that's the pleasure of council to make. That's not going to change my involvement in the JART, won't change Eric's involvement, won't change Sean Norman's, it won't change David DeLuce. We know what we have to do once those applications are made.
Okay, so if we actually change it to something as easy as the Port Colborne Quarry's proposed coring application, that doesn't tie us to any number or whether it's an expansion or a new application, because an application is an application.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Is that fine, Councillor Baggio?
That's perfect, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk, do you want that as an amendment?
Yes, I'd just like clarification exactly what wording you like.
To make it simple, Mr. Mayor, we just said proposed quarry expansion.
Or quarry application, because then it doesn't talk
Quarry
about expansion
yeah.
or a new quarry. So,
Yeah.
Because this does have to do with whatever application they put in, because we don't know what that application is at this time. And as Mr. Aquilina and Mr. Och confirmed, is that either of those, the rules are the same. So if I can get you to move that now, that it's called the Joint Agency Review Team Memorandum of Understanding, Port Colborne Quarry's proposed quarry application, it doesn't lock us into anything, if that's fine.
Yeah, so move, Mr. Mayor.
Seconder is Councillor Bodner. Okay, thank you, Councillor Bagu. Any questions on that? Councillor Demaray?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to come back to the question of public members on the
we're not. We'll deal with that in a minute. We just want to deal with
all right,
Councillor Bagu's amendment here because he brought this up.
Okay.
We've heard from Mr. Aquilina. Eric, do you have anything on that? Is that fine with you? Does that sound all right?
For the mayor, yes, that's fine with me. In the eyes of the JART process is required, whether it's an expansion or whether it's a new application, we still have the same technical study requirements.
Thank you, Eric. Okay, any further questions on the amendment only? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Bagu. So you have that, Madam Clerk? Okay, thank you. Going back to Councillor Bodner, before I go there, can I have the CAO give us a history on the memorandum of understanding, just so we have the history and how this works, of how long this has been around? Mr. CAO?
Sure. Through your worship to council, the memorandum of understanding, I guess, and I'm not sure Mr. Och's career arc, but I know Dan would recall some of this. There was a long period of time where people, developers, would assert that there were different treatments of development, I guess, in different local municipalities in Niagara. Sometimes the stories were dubious, like, oh, they never make me do this in Welland, to almost try to curry a better treatment. Sometimes the stories were troubling and probably true. This isn't something I have to do in Welland. This isn't something I have to do in Fort Erie. And it eventually reached the political level until there was an appetite at the political level, at the region and at the lower tiers, and in the development community to bring consistency to planning treatment across the 13 jurisdictions, so that a developer knew what was required in St. Catharines, and the exact same thing was required in Niagara Falls and all the way down to the least populous municipalities in Niagara, Waynfleet and West Lincoln and so on. And so I think what, if I can imagine what the mayor, the reason he asked this question, and to Mr. Och's earlier comments, to deviate from the MOU now would mean to go back to a time in Niagara where there's a different set of rules and a different way of handling applications in each of the 12 lower tier municipalities. So if the JART process is established in the MOU between the 13 municipalities, 12 lower and 1 upper tier, and the city makes a decision to deviate from that, we are in fact fulfilling the very circumstance that the community and the elected officials at the time were trying to prevent or forestall, which is different rules in each jurisdiction. So it kind of flies in the face of the MOU to go back to a pre-MOU way of handling applications. I'm not sure, if our planner or the regional planner would like to comment on that. And I would say that is in part the foundation of the MOU.
Okay. Just want to make sure we're all clear on that. So I'll go to Mr. Aquilina, then Mr. Och with regards to that. As far as if we deviate, does this jeopardize anything? I just want to make sure we're not jeopardizing anything here.
Yep.
Mr. Aquilina?
Mr. Mayor, to all of council, Mr. Louie is correct. One of the thrusts behind the MOU was to streamline planning applications, so everyone is aware of what is required, so there's no surprises. So that was an agreed upon fact of all the councils of the day, to actually have the MOU address all of the development requirements that are necessary. So it talks about a lot of different things. It talks about fees. It talks about, again, it's streamlining, being consistent, and actually having all of the things in writing so it's clear, so there's no surprises. So that's what the council of those days want to have in place, no surprises.
Okay, Mr. Och, anything to add?
Through the mayor, yes, just to clarify, the most recent version of the MOU was signed in March of 2019. So and I would agree with the sort of backstory provided by Mr. Louie as to why it came to be. It's been updated several times since it was first put together, and yes, most recently in March of last year.
Okay, so if we deviate from, I'll go through Mr. Och, since if we deviate from the MOU, does that put anything in jeopardy?
To the mayor, the MOU speaks to the JARP process. It says it's it's suggested as a practice. It's not something that you're tied to. It's, it is for consideration. It's why the agreement is with you tonight.
Okay.
I would say it jeopardizes efficiency. You end up, for the local official plan amendment and zoning amendment that needs to be considered, you're putting the entirety of that work on Dan and his staff versus the ability to spread that between sort of the larger group at the region and the Conservation Authority.
Okay. Councillor Bodnar, you had a question?
Yes. Were you bringing this up to suggest that we shouldn't put a member of the public on? Is that the whole why this was suggested?
No, because I just want to make sure that if we do, it doesn't jeopardize the memorandum of understanding. If there is a signed document, if there's rules behind it, I just don't want to see us do something and it all falls apart. I just don't want to. I don't want to go there. So if we're going to do this, I want to make sure that both the region and the NPCA are still going to come to the table on this. That's where I was going with this. So with the history, because I know Mr. Louie knows it, and Mr. Och, and obviously Dan, because he's been here when this was originally proposed in 2013. I just want to make sure we're following the rules that are in agreement with all the agencies.
Sure. And
that's all. So
fine. Okay. So I think this is a great idea. I think it makes so much sense on so many levels, where you have expertise talking about the same thing at the same time, and really, an in-depth study on it where, our staff may not have the time. And you're talking, I think Mr. Utz alluded to, it could be up to 7 years, in a worst case scenario or in a complicated thing. This is quite a commitment. And if there's more people at the table, there certainly is a consistency to keeping this moving forward and getting everybody's expertise, for basically just the cost of, Port Colborne Quarries is paying the cost of a lot of this, I would assume. So I don't want in any way to mess this system up, but I will be asking that one member of the public be put on, if council will grant it, on the committee. Now, how do we make sure this doesn't get messed up? Do we try it on a temporary basis? I'm open to some suggestions on this, but I don't want to have, this mess up the whole process. So maybe somebody else has got some comments on this. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Yes, go ahead.
Yep. To you, to all of council, as Mr. Och had alluded to, the JART is not a committee. There are no voting members. If the council wants to entertain the public's involvement, I would suggest doing that by way of a PLC type of a committee. That myself could report to the committee, apprise them of what actually has taken place, but to separate that from the actual JART itself.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor Desmarais?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I understand what's happening here, and it may be disruptive to have members of the public at the meeting level with the experts, but I have to tell you that, when we had the CBRA, the Community-Based Risk Assessment, and we were trying to do the HHRA, the Human Health Risk Assessment, we created a technical steering committee. And this is exactly how you explained the JART. That's pretty much what that was, that technical steering committee. And yeah, it was a steep learning curve. There was no question. A few members of the public sat on that, but had it not been for members of the public sitting on that particular those meetings, because again, it wasn't truly a committee. It was just, we would meet every now and then and discuss needed reports and assign, peer review and that sort of thing, to make sure that was ready and in place. But had it not been for the members of the public and one or two of the members of the PLC, we would have never found the kind of flaws that were in that whole process. It would have never become so evident. And it would have probably been a much messier thing. So if we can't have members of the public at these whatever time, whenever JART tends to meet, I would hope we could have at least one. But at the very least, there should be a way to create an information flow that allows all the information that's coming from JART that you're seeing and you're recommending, or whatever studies and such that you're assigning or seeing necessary. That information needs to flow to the public, and it needs to do it in a timely manner, not in controlled public meetings. There's nothing worse than those, because truly, it's that becomes just a complaint fest. Nothing much more than that. You want a way to get that information, sit down with it, be able to understand it, go to people to be experts or at least knowledgeable, talk to them about it so that you get a level of comfort. And that's what people are looking for here. They're looking for a level of comfort, and they're really tired of feeling like somebody's pulling the wool over their eyes. So be open, be transparent in at least that way. Make an information flow happen. And by the way, I've never been afraid of deviating from a process. So that's all I had to say.
Okay, I've got Councillor Bruno and Councillor Bodnar.
Well, picking up on the process, I mean, as they always say, the devil's in the details. And so I'm just wondering if it's a committee, if it's a PLC, that the information flowing from the public is recorded so that it is it is what people said is what the JART will get. Not an interpretation of that, not a memory of that. Well, I mean, I think information always needs to flow in both directions. But if there's going to be a situation where what happens in this PLC or public forum along the route, I think, the great thing about the JART is that they're speaking and they're recording or they're dealing with a matter, and when they conclude it, it's written and handed back to the various agencies, because remember, it doesn't make recommendations, but it will factually, I believe, report back. So I just think that same process is, because I don't want to put all the emphasis on just what the planner or whomever the liaison person is with JART is just paraphrasing. These are technical matters, and I think they require the clarity of the input flowing up and flowing back, so everybody sees the same document on the upload and the download. So if as has been discussed, they can't be at the various JART meetings, at least there's a transcript of what's gone up and down. Is that possible through you to either Dan, Eric, or both?
Dan or Eric on that one? Eric?
To the mayor, to Councillor Bruno, the process does involve us setting up at the regional level and hosting a website for the project, which would contain the complete application. So that's all of the technical studies, and then would later include the studies that have been selected for peer review. It would include the peer reviews that are returned to us. And then there is a shared aggregate advisor position. So that's a person that's an expert in aggregates who's working on behalf of the City of Port Colborne, on behalf of the region, and on behalf of the NPCA, ensuring that what's received is a complete application from a technical perspective. And so what's contained in those documents, what's contained in those technical studies is correct and is correct for the application. And that aggregate advisor makes the JART report, which is shared with the members of the JART, so again, with the city, that document is also posted or would be posted to the website. So all of the information pertaining to the application and pertaining to the JART process is designed to be publicly available. And really this process is to make sure that when a decision's made at the local level, and then a decision also has to be made by the region for the regional official plan amendment, and the NPCA needs to make a decision as well, that we're all working from the same complete application with the same complete technical studies.
Councillor Bruno?
I guess what I didn't hear in that is that the information upload from the public gets to JART in a transcript that's exacting, and JART sees it as part of its deliberations. Otherwise, there is no flow to JART.
Eric?
Through the mayor to Councillor Bruno, there is no JART deliberation. There's no recommendation. We can review public input as it's received at the local level, at the regional level, and to the project website. We can review feedback that comes into public information centers, but there's no deliberation and there is no recommendation, and it needs to be understood. That's a pivotal piece of this. We're not making a recommendation.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bodnar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The more we get into this and everything, I'm favoring a PLC where there could be a small number of the public, maybe 3, and then meet with Dan or our planner that gets, well, if Dan's at the meetings, I guess Dan should be in there, but that they could put some input into, but they could also receive the stuff and talk about, get everything from the JART that Dan can provide them. And I think that would be a comfort level for people. I don't want to see us get in the way of the JART, but we need to know and understand what's going on. And we also need that feedback to go to the public. And I think the Niagara Water Protection Alliance has a certain number of members and they can get the information out to people. They've already got that base. So I'd like to see us go that PLC route. That would kind of not mess up the memorandum of understanding and the whole technical team working, but yet I think it'll give us the same in where the public will feel that they're getting the information they need. So my recommendation would be that we would go that route. So I'll hear from Angie in case she's got some other ideas.
So Councillor Bodnar, on that, just the clerk said that you could make an amendment to the motion to add that staff comes back with a plan to put together a PLC,
Sure.
But that would come back to us at the next meeting or the meeting after that, how quickly
Yeah,
you
I'm-
can get that to us. So you
I'm
could
fine
add
with
that,
that.
then it adds that public portion that
Yep.
you're looking for, so.
Yep, I'm good with
Councillor
that.
Demery, you're fine with that? Okay. All right, so we can add that as an amendment now then, Councillor?
Yes, please. Yep.
Okay. Do you have a wording for me, Madam Clerk? Proper wording, please.
It'll just be a paragraph added that the Director of Planning and Development brings back a report with a proposal for the creation of a PLC.
Okay, Councillor Bodnar?
I'm good with that. I think maybe Mr. Etch would had his hand up, Mr. Mayor, in case you didn't see it.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah.
Eric?
To the mayor, and just to add to that, I won't speak on behalf of the Conservation Authority, but from regional planning perspective, if you put that PLC group together and you would like someone from the region to attend certain meetings and provide information or provide an update from the region's perspective, we'd be happy to participate in that.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
Okay, Councillor Demery, you'll second that for us?
I will.
Do you have a question?
I just wanted to just suggest that possibly the PLC would be given access to the website for JART. I don't know if you can do that or not, but that may be the easiest way to access information. But it's either way, as long as the information gets out there, I'm good with it.
Yeah, Eric, that website's for public purposes, correct?
Through the mayor, yeah. It's set up sort of, we're working on it behind the scenes right now. When it does go live, it will be on sort of the region's main landing page, open to members of the public around the world.
Okay. And that's something we could put a link from our website to, Councillor Demery, because we know we're going to have a great new website coming soon. Okay. Mr. Aquilina, you're fine with that amendment as far as putting that together coming forward at a future meeting?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm fine.
Okay. Any further questions to the amendment to add a report back to staff to come back to us to form a PLC? Everybody understand that? Any further questions on that? All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Any further questions on the motion as amended twice? No? Okay. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Eric, thank you very much for attending tonight. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone, and have a good evening.
Okay. So item 2 is done. Item number 3 is Planning and Development Department Report 2020-95, subject recommendation report, proposed expansion of the Downtown Central Business District Improvement Plan. Again, this item has been pulled because of Councillor Wells' conflict. I have Councillor Bagu moving, Councillor Demery seconding. Does anybody have a question on this one? This was the public meeting we had last meeting. Okay, seeing none. You need Councillor, do you need, oh no, Councillor Beauregard has a conflict with this too. And Wells are out. Okay, so this is both for, I apologize, Councillor Wells and Councillor Beauregard. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, Council. Everybody's back in on this one? Yeah, got Councillor Beauregard and Councillor Wells. There's Councillor Wells. Okay. Okay, perfect. On to item number 4, Engineering and Operations Department Engineering Division Report 2020-96. Subject COVID-19 infrastructure stimulus and recovery opportunity. Councillor Bruno is moving this, and seconder is Councillor Wells. I'll go to the mover and a seconder first. Councillor Bruno.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Mr. Bowles. Is he here tonight?
Yep, staff's here. Okay.
Through you to Mr. Bowles. Excellent report. I mean, if those levels of government come through to get an 80% take up with their participation and 20% by the municipality at these kind of borrowing rates, I just wanted to ensure that prior to the application, the council could be updated on the source of funding, amortization rate, reserves, interest rate. In other words, the state of our union as to how we would fund the 20% with options. So I'm just wondering if we could have the data that might pertain to us as far as our financing.
Mr. Bowles?
Through the mayor to the councillor, certainly can put together a report prior to the grant application being finalized that provides an update on those items that you've put forward, including reserves. And I think in this report, we've identified already the potential cost of debt borrowing, interest financing on this particular project, being the assumption that we illustrated was about 3% interest at a 15-year repayment term would cost us about $330,000, which is the equivalent to about 1.5% on the levy. Historically, we have been looking over the last 8 years at a 1% growth rate in our capital levy. So potentially what we may come back in that report is that we look to debt finance. And I think you'll see that from a reserve and a cash flow perspective, that may be the most prudent mechanism for us to go forward.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
If someone's talking, we can't hear anything.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, that was all I had. I'm fine with that answer.
Okay, so Councillor Wells, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The only reason I wanted this one pulled was because it's a fantastic opportunity for us, and I didn't want it to go unrecognized or behind the scenes. I'd like it. I just wanted it to be out front and center. The one addition I'd like to see on this is that if the council could see the information going into the application before the application is actually filed, just so that we're aware of what's there, much to what Councillor Bruno had been saying.
Okay, CAO?
So through your worship to Councillor Wells, I think that is definitely something that we will try to achieve. Part of the reason this report is before council is to sort of make sure that the governance will is aligned with the administrative will. So that is that council and staff are on the same page as to what to apply for generally. We are using the services of a grant writer, which we hope will help to I guess, add to the quality of the application that we put forward and sort of check the right boxes for the approval authorities. Sometimes what happens is these grants are released. So staff are given to understand that this is going to be a little bit different than past grant programs where there was a stated application date and then a period of review for many, many applications across the province, and then an announcement of the successful applicants. We think, based on advice from sources that are in the know, that the federal government will take projects in and gradually issue approvals until all of the money is doled out and put into the economy as stimulus. If that's the case, we want our application in as soon as possible. In internal conversations, we've talked about the day that the intake is open is the day that we'll have applied. So we're hoping to have a signature ready, I guess, application for the date that the program's announced. So my commitment to council is if we're working on this in August and they say October 1st applications are due, I'll get it to you in a September council meeting. If we're working on this and they say August 10th the submission is due, we'll probably be presenting a copy of it after the submission goes in for those reasons of expediency and a sort of quick turnaround and a quick, ideally for the city, a quick approval. So that's the basis that staff have been proceeding on. So as we go through the application crafting process, we will make sure that council is provided with a final copy. We also do always provide a copy to our local political representatives in terms of MP for federal grants, MPP for provincial grants, so that we have the support of our local reps, and of course both if it's a three-party funding. So that's what staff will do this time.
Yeah, just to confirm, in my conversations with the same people Scott is talking about, this sounds like it's going to be a first come, first served type basis, as opposed to the past where it all goes into a basket and they just start processing, is that if you're at the table first, your chances of getting the money are way better than if you're 3 weeks later. So, so that's kind of the information we're hearing. So the whole thing is of the essence, because nobody has given us any dates yet when these are going to be released, where we get them all the time. I get the emails, staff gets emails with regards to grants that go out and they tell you it opens on this date, it closes on that date, and you put your application in. This one is going to be thrown out there, and it's going to be, to me, it's going to be like a free-for-all, which I don't think is a great idea, but that's why staff has prepared this so that they can be ready the day this goes. Councillor Bruno, you had your hand up?
Yes, just to be clear, if it's August 10th or it's whatever it is, the application needs to get in. I'm all for getting it in, to get in on that. What I'm hoping I'm still hearing is that we'll know what projects they are.
Correct? CAO?
I'm on the wrong report. Sorry, I already skipped to the next report. So, for your worship to Councillor Bruno, I mean, we did identify some projects in a general way in the report, the ones in the blue chart, and you'll see how they comply with past council priority setting exercises, not always this council, but having said that, council, in section 5, the compliance with strategic plans. That's to make sure, like I used the word in my answer to Councillor Wells, generally aligned. When it comes to the exact specific, you know, if it's a bike lane on such and such a street or what have you, that's when we're going to get into the detail. And because we're meeting twice a month, I think I have to say to you, the priority would be the intake of the grant rather than the council meeting. So you might see, just using those dates as an example, if there's an August 15th intake, I think our staff are going to follow this guide, unless you direct me otherwise. I think what this report is asking you to approve is let's follow this general guide with a specific application, and you'll see it. If our grant writer has written it, if our application writer has written it before such and such a council meeting, you will see it in that council meeting. And if the intake comes first, we'll apply and send it to the next council meeting, or email it to all of council so they have a copy in their computers, unless I have different direction from council.
No, I'm fine with that. I wasn't too concerned with the drill down, whether it was bike lane A or bike lane B. I was just more concerned that if we had a listing of that mix and the general intent of which it is. I didn't need the nth degree of detail, but I like your last part where it doesn't have to meet a council meeting to see it in a report sent to us as to what it's going to be. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions, Councillor Bagu?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one question probably to Ashley. I went through the master plan, Parks and Rec, and because I saw something on the second application, a new community center at Centennial Beach or Park, Cedar Bay Beach. Can you explain what that is? Because it's not in the master plan book.
Staff?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. You're correct. It's not specifically articulated in the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. This is a proposal that is been item of discussion at the staff level, recognizing the need for additional community gathering areas, I'll call it, in the city of Port Colborne. Hence the reason you see it on the report this evening.
Councillor Bagu?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wonder why it was there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bodnar?
Thank you. I had that same concern, although certainly it's been talked about. I just don't want to see us building something just because we got money when we may not have proven the need for it yet. So, but I think we'll get a kick at that can if and when we get this this money forward, and we'll be able to kick that around and see whether that's a go or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions? Councillor Beauregard.
Through your worship to CAO Louis, just to add on Councillor Wells's point, maybe we could see like a draft version of the grant application, depending on like whatever stage that application is at, by the time that a meeting takes place. So it's just like a working draft, and so if we don't know the dates, we can just just see the version of it once the process begins of the writing, that it just comes to council at whatever stage it's at. And maybe we can,
Sure. Through your worship, to Councillor Beauregard, I'll take that back. I'll discuss it with staff and make sure that that's something that we can accomplish. We do plan to have a conference call with our consultant that does the grant writing, and sort of we are to a large extent leaning on their advice. So when it comes to particular projects to include or not include, or how to bundle applications, we're having that discussion, and I'll make sure we have the discussion too about where we're going to have milestones or check-ins with council, and make sure once again that the governance side is aligned with the administrative operational side, and that we are in fact pursuing the projects that council expects us to pursue.
Okay, any further questions? Seeing none, please raise your hand. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, council. Item number 5, Corporate Services Department Financial Services Division Report 2020-97, subject 2021 proposed budget timetable. I have a mover, Councillor Wells, seconder, Councillor Bodner. Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The only reason I'm looking at this was for some clarification. I did talk to Mr. Bowles earlier today after I submitted the pulling of this. Maybe through you to Mr. Bowles, can you just explain the expectations in regards to what the councillors are going to be doing for that form that's required in August?
Mr. Bowles?
Thank you. Through your mayor to council. The goal of the forum really is just to engage with council, to get council's ideas, preliminary thoughts, what they might like to see in the budget going forward. I've enjoyed my time here with council for the last couple of months and had the opportunity to learn a lot of ideas that council has and would like to see going forward. And I thought one way to capture that was to engage in council and identify a process that maybe we could, and a timeline, we could put some initial thoughts down for the budget, and staff, myself included, will work towards incorporating and putting them into a budget submission that could be debated at council. Throughout the budget process, I fully expect council may be adding or additional comments throughout. You'll have questions and new ideas may come up, and we'll adjust as that occurs through the process.
Councillor?
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Councillor Bodner?
Thank you. On the same line of Harry's question, I guess what I didn't want to see is that in the last budget, we kicked a lot of things to the curb or put them on hold, and they were on the budget for some good reasons, and I don't want to see things that maybe we've worked on for a number of years and are not quite finished kind of getting pushed aside for the flavor of the day that may be on one of those lists. So I appreciate that it's just a list and just a way to throw at ideas, but you know, it's a little out of the norm, which is not always bad, but you know, there are things that we've been working on that I hope will still be on this budget from the last one that we really didn't get into. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Bowles, can you give us clarification with regards to our previous budget where we had to delete items due to COVID in keeping our numbers in a positive fashion? Are you and staff bringing most of those things forward in this budget to be debated again? Is that your way you're going to do this?
So the intent is items specifically for capital that may have been budgeted and haven't been completed because of COVID, we'll be able to roll those dollars forward into next year's budget, maintaining those capital projects and identify those to council. In fact, the goal is for next council to have an update on where we are with respect to capital projects in its entirety. So I don't know if specifically to the mayor, you were looking at capital in itself. It seems to be the major component of kind of projects. But that is the thought process. The thought process to be in front of council for the next council meeting and actually discuss capital projects that have been put on hold or we'd be moving into next year and how we deal with those.
Perfect. That's exactly what I was asking. I think that's where Councillor Bodnar was coming from. So, okay, thank you. Any further questions on this? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, Council. Item number 6, Departments Chief Administrative Officer Report 2020-99, subject road name policy, road name request. Our mover is Councillor Desmarais and our seconder is Councillor Bruno. Councillor Desmarais.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff, first I just would like to thank them very much for really getting at this list and coming back with a new list of names that are better fitting for commercial industrial sites. They came back with it so quickly. I was very pleased with that. But with respect to Ramey Road west of Highway 140, does staff have a name to recommend?
Mr. CAO.
So through your worship to Councillor Desmarais, we don't. I sort of, it's a little bit, we joke around at the office, it's a bit of a chicken out approach when you say, as the recommendation of your report, that council give us direction. I think, but I only say that half tongue in cheek because the last report did recommend that we maintain that name, and that was based on the input of the residents of, sorry, not the residents, the property owners, including some who own vacant land. Granted, it's not an investment in the community or a development in the community when it's vacant land or land banking. There was an appetite to forestall or not to have a name change immediately. The main proponent of the name change is the applicant from the first staff report and as well as this one. That's the owner of Storage Guys. That company owns 3 parcels on that piece of property and would assert to you that that is almost a 50% share of the of the land mass. So it depends how council looks at it. Is that 1 out of 8 owners? Is that 3 out of 8 property owners? And then of course we also have the waters muddied by the area that's west of 140 but north of the train tracks running up to concession 3. I really think that at this point it's left the administrative realm and entered into the political realm, and I'm sorry to put council on the spot like that, but any change, what staff would be looking for direction here is if you do want to change, council direct staff what you want it changed to and when you want that change to take effect. It's sort of, I guess, if it ain't broke, don't fix it approach, but really, like I said, it's transcended the operational administrative level and getting up to the elected official level.
Councillor Desmarais.
Okay, thank you very much. I made it very clear in the last council meeting that I think it is time we do change the name of the road, and whether that be one name, a north and a south, or whether it be one name all the way through. I'm not sure how you want to deal with that, but for me, I think a north and a south with one name would suit well. I would just kind of like to hear what the other councillors have to say if they have a name preference. And I'll certainly submit mine at the end of that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bruno.
Thank you, Worship. I concur with Councillor Demaray. I would like to see it be a north-south to the extent that if we connect those two, which in my view, I think is going to happen. And I'm not so sure if this is the appropriate time to throw this at Steve in terms of a costing, but everybody talks about rail crossing there, and others I've heard the word bridge, which I don't quite understand. My reason for it being all one is that we own, the city part owns the land extending from the end of, in and around the end of the storage company, Chira, and their extended lands. All of that canal bank, I guess I'll call it, all the way down to Third Concession. I see the industrial park running through there, and I don't see it being two different names and for a straightaway that it might eventually be, and that we'd be entertaining a name change again on a straight road in the middle of it. So it just seems to me that north-south makes the best sense. In terms of the name suggested, I'm a bit concerned that we yet don't know what it is. So words like tech, innovation, inventors, all that stuff. I mean, my inclination is that it hopefully will be canal related because of its access to the canal. And so that may not be techie because it doesn't need to be on the canal to be that way. So because of the generality of it, I wanted to throw one forward that's actually not on the list. And that would be Enterprise Way, because I'm not sure what the enterprises will be that will get built on there, both by the private side developer and what we sell for on the canal front. So somebody's got to start with a name. So I'll throw that out there, but I'm movable on that and just want to listen to everybody else's comment.
So you want me to wait before an amendment
Yes.
is put on the table? Okay. I'll go to Mr. Shapowski with regards to your first question, Councillor Bruno, with regards to the rail crossing. If you could just give us a synopsis on that, Mr. Shapowski.
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Bruno and Council. Right now, the industrial park that's proposed doesn't actually connect through with road to road. That's not to say that that can't happen in the future, but right now there will be a tunneling system that goes underneath the railway to connect services in. So like you said, there's always a possibility in the future that there could be a connection there, but right now the plan is not that.
Councillor Bruno?
Just on that, why would it not be a level crossing instead of just tunneling? And basically it's a stone road now. I suspect we wouldn't surface treat that until as the development moves forward on that frontage. So could you explain to me with a stone grade in the existing manner for which it is from the north to the south could not be extended, or is it an exorbitant cost?
Mr. Shapowski?
Through you, Your Worship, there's always different possibilities that we can look at. I think, like we were talking about with a bridge earlier, I don't think that would be the way to go. We could possibly level it with the railway tracks to achieve that. It would be something that we have to kind of take a little further in-depth look at it and do some cost analysis on it as well, just to see what the best mode or alternative would be. So I'm definitely open to that, and I can start doing a little research to see if that is feasible to do that.
Councillor Bruno?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further questions, Councillor Wells?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just getting to, I have a couple of things here. Getting to Mr. Louis' comment, if it's not broken, don't fix it. It's really not working well, and it is an opportunity for improvement with the naming. It is counter to the policy that has been presented, and which is a good way to go. But I do think there's areas there that could be confusing, that need to be improved by the name change. Whether it's now or in the future, like Councillor Bruno suggests, maybe now is the time to do it. Which leads me to the policy itself and the addition that Scott has referred to in here. I believe there are another item in the policy that we could add to that in the second bullet of the policy in section 4.1. It refers to the all single and, excuse me here, I'll just read it off. All single and multiple lane paths accessible to vehicles, including private roads, are to be named. I think that if we just improve that a little bit, named during the planning or prior to construction. That way we know the road's names, and we don't have to address it. It's named before it's even put in place. So I think if we change that policy there, and then just a clarification in regards to what Scott's referred to in here and adding the road naming in the road naming policies. In the event a named road in the city of Port Colborne is identified for a name change, or an unnamed road is to be named, then staff will make the recommendation. So I think we have to add into what Scott's suggesting there, a name change, a road being identified as requiring a name change. So those are the two things that I have. I would be in favor, or I'm in favor of renaming the roads, whether it's north and south, that's fine. But I think we have three pieces of road here that have to be addressed. We have the section that's off a second concession. We have the section that's west of 140, and then we have that section of the road south of concession 3.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Any further comments? Councillor Desmarais?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The sections that I'm talking about tonight, as far as this name change goes, are both west of 140. So it's the one coming off concession 3 and the one coming off of 140. They're split by the railroad tracks.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking. So it would be a north and south. I did have quite lengthy discussion with Mr. Chira, and I do know that he's holding to the wish that this be named using his family name. I told him that wasn't something that I felt would fly. He knew that. I suggested that he look at all the list of names and come back with something that would fit his future endeavors, but didn't use his family name, and that didn't happen. So I can say this. I like the Progress Drive, north and south. I did like that. And just so you know, Gary, Algoma has a Canadian Progress. So there is a tie to the canal. So
okay.
It works that way. In any case, that's. I would just like to recommend Progress Drive, north and south.
Okay, I'm going to take that as an amendment, that the name Progress Drive be put forward, which would be Progress Drive north and south, correct?
Yes.
And that the upper portion of Ramey Road, which comes off of second concession, will remain Ramey Road.
Yes, that's
okay.
Right.
Can I get a seconder to that? Councillor Bruno. Questions on Progress Drive north and south, which are the two sections off the 140 and 3rd concession. Any questions to that?
No timing, like January 1st.
Oh, Councillor Desmarais, as far as timing, I mean, in this case, you're only asking the one business. The landowners may need to do something that on the vacant land, and then there is one farm owner on the north side of the tracks. But I think that's the only home on that side that I can remember being out there.
Yeah. But to be fair, possibly staff could approach anyone along that road and find out, what best suits them. But certainly, I would think by the end of the year, this change should be made.
Is that? You want to do January 1st, or do you want to do it a year from now, just due to COVID? I mean, it is a little tougher getting things changed.
I'm really open on that.
Okay.
I would defer to staff.
Okay.
Yeah, let me talk to Todd, and I will. There's going to be some bylaws. There's going to be some stuff, so I'll talk to Todd.
Okay. Staff will take that, and then they'll come back to us and let us know the time limit. Councillor Bruno.
Yes, I just wanted to follow up. I'm fine with that, Mr. Mayor. Just to Angie's comment about talking to the developer that submitted and got a lot of this ball rolling. My view on that, and it really dovetails back to Harry's point about this policy, which I think is key. I had mentioned to him, and I don't know if we're going to deal with that tonight on the policy, but it seems to me that he's got, much like if you use the Loyalist Road, I'll be quick about this, and you have that Peterson or the other circle that's there. I could see a road or a development or an access into someone's lands that becomes commercial using and recognizing the name of that developer there. I did indicate to him that I didn't have a problem with the name being at the latter end of whatever we chose as opposed to the front end, because I think the front end should dignify, and as we're doing, speak to the development. But I just wanted to get on the record the constituents' comment, Mr. Mayor, and the thought process. If we're not going to deal with it now, if we're going to deal with it after this amendment, I just want to put that on the table that maybe that can be part of that policy. But I'm certainly fine with Progress Drive north-south.
Thank you. So on the amendment, any further questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's unanimous. So back to the motion as amended. Is there anything else to change or add or at this time? Council? Okay. For the motion as amended, all those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. I'm not sure how long item 8 will take, but I may cut you off in the middle of it because we do need to extend past 11 o'clock. We do have a procedural bylaw, so I'll move on to item 8. Mayor William C. Steele re-proposed regional face coverings bylaw. Mover Councillor Clayliff, seconder Councillor Desmarais, and this was just to receive for information purposes. I'll go to Councillor Clayliff first.
I will actually withdraw this because you've answered your questions when you did your review. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Desmarais, you were just down as a seconder because nobody else asked to withdraw that or bring this out. Anybody have any?
No,
you're fine.
I'm fine to withdraw it.
Okay. Any further questions on this one? Seeing none, all those in favor of receiving it? That's unanimous. Okay. We have no proclamations this evening. Minutes of boards, commissions, and committees. We have one set of minutes, the minutes of the Port Colborne Public Library Board meeting of May the 19th, 2020. Mover is Councillor Bruno, seconder is Councillor Danch. Any questions to those minutes? All in favor? And that's unanimous. Council, I need a mover and a seconder to waive procedural bylaw to move past 11 o'clock. I need a 2/3 majority. Oh, just majority? Oh, you've changed your mind? A simple majority. I'll take Councillor Wells, Councillor Bruno. All those in favor? That's carried easily. Okay. If we can limit our councillors' items this evening, councillors, we do have a number of bylaws to get through. I'll go reverse order.
Staff first.
or sorry, I apologize, yes. Staff reports or responses? The CAO.
Sure, through your worship, at the request of council, a brief COVID update. Usually these updates focus on reopening. I will try to be quick. Reopening facilities, programs, policies, some of the precautions that we have in place. Some of that was in the report that was already received by council tonight, including information about the marina, Nickel Beach, City Hall. We're also making progress to opening the library. It has been open for curbside pickup and computer use, but now we're getting closer to reopening. The Valley Health and Wellness Center, one pad is very close to opening, and we're looking down the road to when the province allows us to open more things like our recreation facilities, museum, and so on. But what I really want to focus on today is the job that staff is doing. I think sometimes it's not readily apparent to the public, to council, even sometimes to other staff. There's some amazing work being done in this city. There is some criticism in the public, but I hear sometimes, well, you haven't thought of this and you haven't thought of that. The fact is that we are turning over every stone. We have conversations. Sometimes they're not public conversations, and I'll use as an example Canal Days. We finally made an announcement in April after council's decision about Canal Days, but it was a daily conversation around the office, and there was planning that took place, and there were options that were discussed, and there were pros and cons that were weighed out. All of that work is being done. And at virtually every turn, city workers have been leading the city along with council through this pandemic and the recovery. I can't say enough. At every turn, staff has been knocking it out of the park, making the right decisions, and time and time again, getting it right. The times where we didn't get it right, we quickly revisited or pivoted or made changes. And I think that I'm very proud of the job that staff is doing, and I encourage them to keep on doing so. A great example, just a few days ago, we announced that we would be opening 3 playgrounds on Friday. Here it is Monday, and every single playground in the city is open. Bylaw, library, virtually every single department of the city is doing a great job with the recovery, and I hope that that continues for the weeks and months to come.
Thank you. Any questions to the CAO on that update? Seeing none. Ashley, do you have an update?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep it brief. I wanted to inform council that the YMCA has advised just today that they're taking a phased approach to reactivate their facilities and programs, and that at this point in time they are targeting a mid-September reopening for the Port Colborne site.
Okay, great. Chief, did you have an update for council? I don't hear the chief. Mr. Aquilina, did you have anything? Oh, Tom's back. Do you have an update, Chief, for the council?
Nothing planned. I just want to let everybody know that we're still promoting fire safety. I believe all members of council got a copy of our brochure that's being made available for our fires in our community. That was circulated early this afternoon. Just keep in mind fire safety, as I always try to promote. Make sure you have working smoke and carbon monoxide alarms. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Aquilina, did you have anything?
No, I don't, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shapowski. Anything from engineering?
Yes, Your Worship. Just 2 quick items. First, we just wanted to update you on provide an update on the Sugarloaf and Elm Street Railway crossing replacement. The concrete panel supplier notified us last week that we may not be receiving the panels until August 10th, so they were delayed in production. So at this time, the on-site replacement is being rescheduled to the last week in August.
Okay.
And then the second item I just had here quick, and Nicole might want to add to this. So this is regards to the illegal dumping that was happening on Durham Street that was raised at the last meeting. So we met out on site, Nicole, myself, and our road supervisor, and we feel that the illegal dumping would be best addressed through opening and reviewing illegally deposited bags to try and determine who the culprits are and fine them appropriately. We've worked closely with the region in the past to do this, and it's worked well. So we can kind of step it up in this area and complete it every time going forward. And we feel doing it this way would be beneficial.
Okay, thank you. Anything to add to that, Ashley? No.
Curious question.
Okay, yeah. Councillor Bruno, you have a question to that?
Just quick one, I was going to bring it up in my councillor items, the same issue on Minor Road brought to my attention on Saturday. And I didn't know if it would be the process to just advise operational services if residents either see that dumping or the remnant of the dumping. How would you suggest we proceed if residents are reporting that?
Steve, where do you want council to report or citizens to report it to?
Yep, through you, your worship, residents are more than happy to contact the city and notify us. We'll be out there to not only clean it up, but usually we'll touch base with the region first so that they can look through the garbage and assess if there's any information in there that they can take advantage of. And then at that point, we would remove the garbage. So all the residents are more than welcome to do that.
I would say final enforcement.
Mr. Mayor, just wondering, is that to ops or is that to customer service?
So, through your worship to Councillor Bruno, I think the best reporting phone number is by law, which is City Hall 905-835-2900. And I'm sorry I don't have an extension, but the switchboard can put the call through to bylaw enforcement. The best email is bylawenforcement@portcolborne.ca. That's an email address that is monitored by numerous staff, so it doesn't get bogged down in vacations or lunch hours or someone being away. I would suggest that reporting it to a council member from the public adds an unnecessary step along the way. We will take care of these problems without them coming through a council member, whether it's a pothole, whether it's a tree damage, whether it's this particular case, such as illegal dumping. The region is in touch with our bylaw officers. They have enforcement officers in waste management, and of course our staff can work together to conduct the cleanup component of it. So bylaw enforcement at portcolborne.ca or City Hall switchboard.
And do you want our councillors to use that same email address?
Oh, and council members, I think, have been advised in the past that email address is the best because you will, as I said, be monitored by 4 or 5 staff. I'm not sure how many today. I think 4 or 5 staff, and it doesn't get, like I said, lost in someone's inbox during a vacation time or something like that.
Okay, questions with regards to what the staff was talking about? This is not councillors' new business items yet. Councillor Beauregard?
Yes, through your worship. When I was dealing with this issue on Durham Road, I was in a lot of conversations with Director Lee, and he told me to contact the region. And I think that was direction in the past as well. So I contacted the region, spoke with their bylaw officer, and that's where I got into a discussion about how to proceed in the future. She directed me to, if it's a local area, like a local road that the city takes care of, then we discuss with our staff. In the event that it may be a regional road or a regional area, then it would make sense to contact them, the region, and they would investigate the material. And then the other thing she mentioned when I was speaking to the bylaw officer was that the city of Port Colborne and I guess the region have a committee of some sorts that deal with these type of issues. And I think Mr. Earhart's on that committee. Steve could probably, but anyways, that's the process that I understand it.
Yeah, I'm going to go to Mr. Louie.
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Beauregard, that is good insight, and of course there are a division between regional responsibilities and municipal responsibilities or city responsibilities based on roads. I think sometimes the average taxpayer isn't aware of where the difference lays, and for that reason I would suggest going through our city workers first or city bylaw first. Oftentimes our city can make the connection to region. Sometimes agencies in cases like this need to hear directly from the resident, but we can make sure that that connection is made and takes place. But I would suggest if someone's not aware, let's start with city bylaw. If you're sure that it's a regional road, to Councillor Beauregard's advice, go directly to the region.
Okay. Any further staff with anything? I don't believe so. Up here, you guys have nothing? Okay, moving along. Councillor items. Start with Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have one item. It's in regards to the Friendship Trail. We seem to be having some near misses on Pinecrest Road, and I was just wondering if Nicole or Ashley could give me an update on how we're doing with regards to clearing the sight lines and the signage on the road, and a possible at Pinecrest, is there something we could do, like putting up a couple Armor Rock blocks on both sides of the road to slow the trail goers down so that they have to go through some sort of an obstacle course before they hit the road? So that's my only issue.
Thank you, Councillor. Ashley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, so staff have been in contact today with each other about getting a quote for what are called wigwags in order to delineate the trail crossing over the roadways. So the receipt of the quote is pending, but we certainly have that in motion, and our intention is to proceed with the installation of those. There's going to be 8 required total for all of the roadways. In addition, I'll briefly speak about cutting. The last time the Friendship Trail was cut by park staff was July 13th and the 14th. This is one area where we see a bit of overlap between roads and parks. So in terms of roadside mowing, that is something that is carried out through engineering and operations. I'm not sure if Steve, the acting director of engineering and operations, would like to speak to this, but we can certainly make sure that the roadway areas are also cut back. Also, I'd like to mention that in 2019, stop signs were also installed on the trail.
Okay, Mr. Szapowski, anything to add?
Through you, Your Worship. No, that sums it up pretty well, and we can both work together to ensure that the sight lines are clear.
Thank you. You're all set, Councillor Wells?
Just a timeline on some of the deliverables on those. If they are a long way out, we'll be outside of the summer season, waiting for a quote and waiting for the material to come in. If we can do something now, just on one Pinecrest Road, temporarily, that would go a long way.
Ashley, timeline on the wigwags?
In terms of a timeline, I don't expect it's going to be long in terms of getting the quote, and but for installation, there certainly could be a period of time. So I'll speak to staff about interim measures that we can implement.
Okay, you get back to the councillor on that, please?
Yes, I will. Thank you.
Okay, councillor, staff will get back to you on that one.
Excellent, thank you.
Good. Thank you, councillor. Councillor Clayliff?
Just a couple quick items. First of all, I'd like to say extended congratulations to Tallwood Manor and its owner, Judith Baronic. She received word today that she had been awarded the best cycle-friendly business in 2020 by Ontario by Bike. So it's a real kudo for Port Colborne. There was quite a nice article written up about it and about everything that she's done. And I just wanted to say thank you to her for all of her work and dedication to the city. And the other item I wanted to ask about was, I'm not sure, maybe the CAO has an answer for me on this. Recently, we had a couple people that required to be airlifted following motor vehicle accidents in Port Colborne. They were transferred to Welland rather than using the helicopter pad behind the hospital. And a question came to me as to why this occurred. They asked me, and I went out and had a look at the helicopter pad, and it's a pretty rough shape. So I didn't know whose responsibility it is to keep the pad in good repair. Who makes the decision regarding going to Welland versus coming to Port Colborne? It would have been quicker, shorter out of Port Colborne, but the decision was made to move them to Welland. Do you know anything about that?
Chief, do you have an answer to that?
Yes, I can, Your Worship. Council, the decision to where and when and how to fly is all made by EMS through their head office, dispatch center. Fire assist, but it's an EMS decision.
Thank you, Chief. Could I just ask, do we still use that pad? That's what I was wondering, because it's in such rough repair. I wonder, and when I was asked, I said I wasn't sure that it was being used anymore.
It's not.
Again, your worship, I could answer that as best I can. To the best of my knowledge, we've used it once in the last 3 to 4 years. We were directly involved in assisting EMS and the orange helicopter to come in, but their preference is to go to Welland, and normally that's where they fly out of now.
Okay. But it is an EMS decision, so I can tell them that. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor, my understanding is because Port Colborne no longer has an emergency department, is the reason why the NHS does not use that helipad. That's probably why it's not being kept up.
Okay, thank you.
But I will be meeting with a new president. I will ask her that. And that'll be soon.
I guess I just look at it, you know, it's a matter of time in certain instances when you have serious injuries. And the pad's still there. If it was cleaned up, it would be usable, that's all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Councillor Desmarais.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of items tonight. One, I did receive a couple of emails about the way we schedule things on our council package and how we bring that out to the public. I have one person, I'll just read a part of the email, said that she's very, very disappointed that items of great importance, and she's talking in this case about the item tonight with the Pit 3 expansion, that these items are being discussed during COVID when no delegation can appear before council. This is how she says it. As not everyone is familiar or acquainted with online procedures or even has access to internet and computers in Port Colborne. So that's one thing. I have another comment that said, someone not sure with the current procedures, how do I get my concerns pointed out to council via the clerk, as there's very little time to react to tonight's agenda items. So maybe we could do a little bit of education with the public and let them know what the procedures are, how many options that they do have to reach out to us during a council meeting. Just maybe broadcast that a little bit farther and wider, because apparently the message is not getting out there.
Madam
So that's
Clerk?
one.
Through the mayor, we have put it out on social media and have it on the website and on the top of the agendas, but we will think of other ways to make sure the word gets out there and spread to everybody. But if anyone does have questions, they can always call City Hall or general line, and they will have the information, and delegation material is accepted as always until noon the day of the meeting. We'll make sure the full delegation package is circulated to all necessary staff and council, and that all items are included in for the public record in the minutes.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And seeing as the methods that you talked about that we spread the word are all electronic media, if a person doesn't have the availability of that, they could call City Hall, and certainly you could inform them. But how do they actually form a delegation and speak to council? That's what they really want to know.
So currently we are accepting written delegations only, and a number of delegations have submitted their delegations through the Dropbox. We do keep watch for it, even though we do hold mail right now for 24 hours. On the day of council, we check the mail and do proper cleaning procedures in order to make sure the delegation material does get to council in time. So we have had a few unique situations with people without email where we have assisted them to make sure you got the material.
Okay, thank you very much. That's exactly what I was looking for. So that information is out there now for those who are listening. The other item I have has to do with another email that I received, and this person asked me. I'll read the email. It says, in view of the revelation that finally a legal opinion was sought and the MAO zoning allows importing of material for recycling on the chlorine pit floor, without restriction to elevation or presence of the water table and aquifer, can you find out if an interim control bylaw can be moved and voted on by council without advance notice or public meeting? So could I get an answer to that question, please?
Mr. Aquilina?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would need direction from council as to what council would like to have. Would you like to have public engagement? Or is it strictly a council report from staff only without public engagement prior to?
Councillor Desmarais?
So what you're saying is, yes, we can do this without public advance notice or public meeting? we could pass an interim control bylaw?
Mr. Aquilina?
Mr. Mayor, under the Planning Act, we are required to hold a public meeting. Now, if that public meeting is by way of video conferencing, we can have the written correspondence submitted as part of that public meeting. We could do that, and then I could write a recommendation report after the comments have been received.
Okay, so a public meeting is required. Council is not able to just entertain the interim control bylaw and pass it all in one evening without advance notice or public meeting, correct? That's what I really need to know.
Mr. Aquilina?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. I need
Okay.
to inform the public of the proposed change.
Okay, Councillor?
good. Yes, that's perfect. Thank you so much. That's all I had.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Danch?
I'll do a follow-up and just make sure that they are on the list to be completed as soon as possible.
And once again, I'd ask for if you could send me an email on both of those, because this will be my third time I've requested it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Danch. Councillor Bruno?
Thank you, Your Worship. 3, I'll try to be quick on them. With respect to the new police staff sergeant here and his propensity to look after traffic issues, mentioned as an aside about the garbage dumping on Minor Road, but what led this citizen to call me and come over and visit him was basically a constant barrage of speeding, to the extent that a fair bit of it is he would consider stunting on Minor Road. I know there's been issues on Cement Road, but it's one of those equations I'm sure every councillor will appreciate. You're actually standing there talking to somebody about the issue, and the issue actually happens in front of you. So I would like to add Minor Road to the issue of speeding, and some radar there would be much appreciated. If I could just finish back to Barrack Road with the new gentleman in the chair, if we could get an update on activity there vis-a-vis speeding, but more importantly, vis-a-vis the no truck issue. I wanted to just see some action on that. As you know, on the one, I've been asking for that about months in terms of police feedback. We've given them lots of anecdotal evidence and requests. So I'm wondering if you've had a chance, what your sense is, Mr. Mayor, having talked to the new sergeant there on Barrack Road and the issues that you've given him. Was there going to be a report back situation? And how would I, and Frank in this case, as the ward councillors, receive that feedback?
I'll speak to the new staff sergeant, see how he wants to handle that and how he'll proceed with getting information to us.
Great.
That list was originally sent to the previous staff sergeant. It has been forwarded by Mrs. Giles to the new staff sergeant, and I'll get Minor Road to him tomorrow. But yeah, I'll touch base with him with regards to how he wants to move forward with that.
Great, thank you. To Ms. Hanson, if she is there. Barrack Road again. These non-compliant trucking firms, some are local, some are going to Park Hospital via Barrack Road and Elm Street, and others are going to some businesses on Elm. Ms. Hanson, I don't know if you could tell me, I know bylaw cannot do moving violations, but if residents have the names of trucking companies or the destination, can the city remind either the destination location that's ordered the truck or directly to a trucking company and an educational basis that their truck was doing said action?
Mrs. Hanson's not here.
Okay.
So the CAO is going to take this up tomorrow and then get back to you on that?
Great, thank you.
Okay.
And then finally, a big one here, but I may need your help, Mr. Mayor, on this, but through you to Steve and the CAO. Over the last number of weeks, we've heard Councillor Danch, myself, other councillors speak of the whole cutting issue, sweeping issue, where it involves MTO railroad, seaway, and region. You, as well as every other mayor I've been involved with, every year makes constant phone calls to all those agencies I've talked about. We're now getting a level of service feedback. You've talked to the Seaway, the MPP has, the railroad. I would like to see us be able to quantify a standard and what it would cost to meet that standard over and above what MTO, Rail, Seaway, Region does, so that we could once and for all deal with whether it's worth us adding it to the budget, whether we're going to get reimbursed, whether the level of service, if the sweeping is once a year and we do it every 3 months. I'm trying to look for a comprehensive way to stop doing the same thing we've had to do for 18 years. So I don't know if that's a report through Steve. Mike Adet did that costing, right, of changing things over from contractual. You're in the midst of negotiations with all those agencies and get that call. I think we need to come forward with what it would cost to do that service and then have a starting point to negotiate with each one of those entities, or for Mr. Bowles in his office and ops to tell us how much it would cost to do it ourselves. So I kind of identified the problem. If some of the CAO or the mayor could help me or Steve with the route to do that.
So, Councillor, if you can allow the CAO, myself, and then staff, because we do have a couple of irons in the fire right now with regards to the MTO and the region. Let us deal with those. And then we did speak to the rail. There was a delay this year with regards to the spray they put down for weeds on the rail beds. And then there are ancillary areas that are outside the rail beds. The permit they need from the Ministry of the Environment had to be updated because of the change of ownership in the railway. So that was delayed this year. And in fact, I think it was this week through the CO. I believe it's this week they're going to start doing that along the rail line. So if you can allow us to speak with Geo Rail with regards to some of the areas that are outside of the normal rail system that are beside it, but they would normally bring a machine in to cut. Let us talk to that entity also, so that we can come back with it may be more than one report, depending on how each one comes back to us. But as soon as we get these negotiations done and staff are satisfied with how we can move forward, we'll bring those back to council. Is that all right?
That would be excellent. And my concern really was more budget coming up, and if those negotiations break down or aren't completed, that we're not having this conversation in next year.
Yeah, we'll try our hardest to get that information to Mr. Bowles, but the CAO and I, and then each department that needs to be involved, will get involved with them. All right?
That would be great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bodnar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Steve. Just wondering if we've been out trimming back sight lines at stop signs in the rural area. Is that ongoing, or has it been, for lack of a better word, cut back because of COVID?
Steve?
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Bodnar, we are actively cutting grass as typical. If there are any sightline issues that you or the public feels is a issue, they're more than welcome to contact us, and we'll assess the situation on a case-by-case basis. And if needed, we can make any further cuts as necessary.
Can you put Beach Road and Empire Road on your list? And one of the problems with Beach, it doesn't meet Empire at 90 degrees. It's at an angle. And one of the biggest, I guess, obstacles is the 60-kilometer-an-hour speed sign. That is our sign. Just take a look at that as you're coming down Beach and trying to stop at Empire. And you got to creep out to look around that 60-kilometer-an-hour sign. and the trees are growing pretty good over there. Also on Shirkson Road from Highway 3 to Empire, there's a tree that's kind of fallen in and the branches are sticking out onto Shirkson Road for a number of days. And that is starting to grow in. And I know this time of year, every year, the farmers out on Ward 4 that are starting to harvest and they're driving their big combines and tractors and coming to stop signs. And they're at a different height for looking, looking for traffic or trying to pull out with those huge machines. Can we just make sure the staff will know the problematic areas every year they do it? But if we could kind of stay on top of that, that'd be great. That's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Beauregard.
Yeah, through your worship, I just got a couple items I'd like to follow up on as well. These are from the last council meeting. So to Acting Director Shapowski, Director Lee said that he was going to contact both Angie and I about 372 Davis Street about putting lines indicating no parking. I have yet to see those, and I'm just wondering if you can report anything about that. And
Steve?
Yeah, we were not contacted.
Steve?
Well, I wasn't.
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Beauregard. What I'll do is I have to talk to our road supervisor tomorrow about some line painting. So I'll touch base with him and then I can provide an update to both of you to see when it is scheduled in and give you a little bit of a closer date as to when it'll happen.
Okay, thanks. Then the second item is for Ms. Halaz. It has to do with the garbage receptacles. We discussed that last time, and I sent you a map and highlighted a couple points where I thought it should be. I'm just wondering if there's anything that you can add to that. Is she here?
Ashley will take that.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before Nicole left, she did advise that this was an item that came up at the last council meeting in my absence. So she's informed that there's a receptacle has been moved to in front of the corner or in front of the corner store this week. And I think there may have been an item as well with regard to pet waste collection. And yes, that's also in the works at the moment too. They're on order.
All right, perfect. And I just want to say thanks to your staff for putting a garbage receptacle along the east side of the canal and along the Friendship Trail over there, heading north by the Jackknife Bridges. So I saw that and I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bagan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll make mine really short. I'll actually defer my first one, the Eagle Marsh drain, the fish come off. And I can bring that back next meeting, gives staff a little bit more time to put it all together, reaching the conclusions in that. I'd appreciate that. And also bring back next council meeting. I don't even want to ask today about the Valley Center roof leaks. So I think I bring that back next week so I don't have to ask this week about it. I appreciate that. And the last one, just a short one about the food truck updates for the HH12 Park. Are we planning to have one or two this year, or are we waiting to tear the building down, or what's happening?
Ashley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, staff are in the process right now of finalizing the terms of what would be an agreement with the individual food truck operators. With that being said, excuse me, you will note that in accordance with the plan and the report that was presented earlier this year about the existing facility, of course the demolition of that has not yet taken place. It is still also in progress. I cannot commit that there will be food trucks in the park this year for a couple of reasons, mainly due to COVID-19 and the need for physical distancing and, of course, reduced service levels at this time. But certainly it's all in progress.
Okay.
Thank you, Ashley. Mr. Mayor, if I get the two answers, Eagle Marsh and the Valley Center roof leaks next meeting, I'd be ecstatic. Thank you.
May I suggest, Councillor, you email staff and you'll have that a lot quicker?
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Yep. Mr. Szapowski?
Through you, Your Worship, to Councilor Bagu, I could just give you an update right now on the two items real quick. It's I know it's getting late, but I can knock it off pretty quick. So the first one with the Eagle Marsh issues, there obviously was an issue at the Eagle Marsh where there was significant fish die-off occurring last week. The city and the ministry investigated the issue, and at this time we believe it to be the extent of the extended hot weather along with the dissolved oxygen levels that were very low in the drain. The bulk of the fish cleanup was completed on July 21st, and we're continuing to monitor the area to ensure there's no further concerns. The repairs for the gates are slated to be completed within the next 2 to 3 weeks as well. So I'll just read the other one. If you have any questions, feel free. So with the Health and Wellness Center roof, the gutter's finally been successfully relined and the gaskets are in place. So there shouldn't be any further leaks at this time. There's still some further work that's needed to be back to 100%, but that's currently scheduled to take place over the next 2 weeks. So we'll be continuing to monitor the area for any further issues and we'll respond accordingly.
Perfect. Good.
Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. And hopefully, we'll see before the first ice rental. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor. Okay. Consideration of bylaws. We will separate this into 4 separate votes. We're going to pull bylaws 6802 5220, 6803 5320 due to Councillor Beauregard's conflict and vote on these ones separately. So I have a mover for these 2 bylaws, Councillor Danch and Councillor Bruno. Noting the councillor's conflict, any questions to those bylaws? Seeing none, all in favor?
Hold on, Billy, sorry. Which ones am I going along with here?
6802 5220 and 6803 5320.
Still got a bit of a problem with that second bylaw where we're grouping together pellet guns, BB guns, bows, and high-powered rifles. So I don't know how we can back this up. My apologies for not bringing this up sooner, but can we have this brought back for discussion?
Madam Clerk?
Through the mayor, I just asked them I want clarification whether it's referring to staff for more information or just deferring to another meeting for discussion.
Well, I just want to have it separated a little bit. I mean, when you talk about high-powered firearms and a pellet and BB gun, although the outcomes could still be damaging, I think it's two levels of firearms that are going on here. I just wonder if it could be brought back for a little bit more discussion.
Yeah, you can make a motion to defer that particular bylaw, which is bylaw 6803 5320. If you want to defer that, you can make a motion of deferral.
I'd like to make that a motion of deferral at this time, please.
Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Clayliff? There's no questions on deferral. All those in favor of deferring that bylaw? And opposed? That's carried. Okay. 6802 5220. Any questions on that one? All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, let's defer. Okay. Our second set is bylaw 6806 5620. This is pulled due to Councillors Wells, Beauregard, and Danch's conflict. So we'll vote on this separately. This is moved by Councillor Clayliff, seconded by Councillor Bagu. Any questions? All in favor? Well, that's carried. Number 3 is vote on bylaw 6807 5720 due to Councillor Wells and Councillor Borgard's conflict. This is moved by Councillor Bruno, seconded by Councillor Bodner. Any questions on that bylaw? All in favor? That's carried. And now we will move, sorry, we'll vote on the remaining bylaws. Moved by Councillor Desmarais, seconded by Councillor Danch. Madam Clerk.
I just want to note that bylaw 6805-55-20 has been removed as there's been amendment and it will be brought back to the next meeting.
Okay, so 055520 is removed. Okay, any questions on those? All in favor? That's carried. It's been a long night, people. Okay. Thank you for watching tonight's council meeting. Our next meeting will be held on August the 10th. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
They're not watching. They're all in bed.
Good night, everybody.